Muito bom dia.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen who are with us and those watching us online. My name is Felipe Bueno, and we're starting our fifth international seminar on medical devices organized by ABRAIDI and ANVISA, the main meeting on medical devices in Brazil. Today and tomorrow, we'll be promoting knowledge sharing on the following topics: reliance in Brazil, perspectives for mutual recognition with international authorities, the use of AI in the creation of dossiers, medical devices like microengines and mechatronics, implantable medical devices with drugs, technology and innovation in orthopedic implants coating, the use of real-world evidence in project development, the use of artificial intelligence in the integration of complex systems, materials with memory effect in medical devices. This event will also allow the exchange between professionals working the regulatory area, but in the public and private sector from Brazil and abroad. The fifth edition of our International Seminar on Medical Devices is sponsored by
Products and Features, Striker e Viman Sistemas.
The discussions that will take place can be watched online via Zoom. And to make our meeting more dynamic, we would like to ask everyone here in the venue to please put your phones in silent mode. Another important piece of information for those who are with us here in the venue, we have simultaneous translation available both in English and Spanish. So channel 2 for Portuguese, channel 4 for English, and channel 6 is for Spanish. If you wish to get your devices, we can give you a couple of seconds before we start. I also want to thank Mr. Luiz Eduardo Gonçalves da Costa from Abibo, Marcio Godoy from ABIMED, and Joseli Chiarelli from CBTL. So to start our meeting today, I would like to call on stage Mr. Sergio Rocha, the president of ABRAIDI, Dr. Karen Office, general director of Product Technology for Health from ANVISA, and Dr. Sergio Madeira, technical director at ABRAIDI Brazil. Please join me on stage. Welcome. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you, everyone, for coming to the fifth edition of our event. It's always a great pleasure to be here with our dear colleagues and also our friends from ANVISA in a meeting that tries to share a little bit on what's happening with medical devices in Brazil and also news coming from the world. And with that intent, we try to organize an agenda that's quite thorough, including information from other countries. So I want to say thank you to Dr. Karen and Dr. Sergio for being here. Dr. Sergio, together with the ABRAIDI team, is the individual that, working together with ANVISA, has organized everything we'll see today and tomorrow. So once again, thank you for coming, and thank you to everyone who is watching us online. I hope we have a great event that can somehow contribute to your knowledge. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. It is a great pleasure to be here in this event organized by ABRAIDI and ANVISA with so many colleagues. And I have a special thank you to Dr. Sergio, who for many years, even before I started working at GGTPS, has been supporting my work So besides his commitment, we notice his passion for medical devices. He's always willing to cooperate with ANVISA in the several different topics that we cover on a daily basis. When it comes to this meeting specifically and the topics to be discussed, in my opinion, it is extremely important to organize meetings like this so we can discuss what is happening not only in Brazil, but internationally as well when it comes to medical devices. We have noticed that with the advance of the aging of the population, we understand that there is a greater need of treatment because, again, human bodies were not designed to live that long necessarily. And it is important to understand how we can help the industry developing medical devices in the regulation of such devices. So how we can work together to strengthen our industry and cooperate with manufacturers. What is the documentation that needs to be presented, the safety tests that need to be provided. And again, with this purpose of strengthening the industry as a whole, so we can understand the needs from the population, the needs from manufacturers on the development and submission of these products, and understand how Anvisa can expedite this assessment with a focus on safety and performance of the devices, of course. So, in the end of the day, we fulfill the interest that we all have, the regulated sector, associations, and manufacturers, which is offering safe and effective devices to the population. So, once again, thank you for the opportunity of being here, sharing experiences with manufacturers and representatives from other countries so we can strengthen the medical devices area even more. Thank you. Well, now it's 9:14, so I'll promise I'll be brief. I just have a few words to say to thank you for being here. I need to say thank you to the ABRAIDI team who have been working tirelessly to make sure this event is what we wanted it to be, which is a continuous cooperation process with ANVISA. Because again, in the end of the day, remembering what Dr. Karen just said, all of us, in one way or another, sooner or later, will be users of medical devices. So we are invested in this topic. We are passionately committed to offer safe products and to work on greater accessibility of these products, both in the public and private healthcare systems, so we can decrease the level of inequality when it comes to healthcare that exists today in Brazil when it comes to the private and public healthcare systems. And this commitment requires us to make efforts to expedite the process and to change what in the near past was called the Brazil cost. And I'm also very happy with future perspectives, especially because of the recent news. Just last week, we had the interview with the three ANVISA directors that was done. So quite soon, we are going to have a complete board member, which will certainly contribute to the work that ANVISA has been doing. And this greater effort in the work to fulfill these positions in ANVISA, and also the specific work that is done by GGTPS, trying to bring closer all the analysts so we can achieve recent advancements like we have before. So I just want to reinforce that I'm very happy to have organized this event despite of the many challenges. So very happy to see you all here today with us. Thank you very much. And as a former friend of mine used to say, carpe diem. So let's get down to work and let's make this happen so we can continue to make Brazil and our industry better, including everything we need to do and a bunch of ethics as well, which has been our commitment since the beginning, especially remembering the incidents that happened in the past and that possibly will continue to take place. But again, our full commitment is to offer technology, access with ethics, and good results for the private organizations, considering the three elements that includes the values I just mentioned. So thank you very much, and let's begin. Doctor, I just need 30 seconds to say that today I was also pleasantly surprised when I met a great friend of mine here in the room. And I was even more positively surprised because the startup company that he's representing is part of a project we have at ANVISA for the development of new products. And this is what we need. So thank you, Dr. Pierre, for being here with your team, Enrique and Susan. Very happy to see you today. Thank you so much. So thank you to Dr. Sergio Rocha, Mr. Sergio Rocha, Dr. Karen Koff, and Dr. Sergio Madeira. Now, I would like to call Mr. Tiago Cunha to talk about the participation of the industry in the context of regulation. I am DRF, MDSAP, and ANVISA.
Alô?
Good morning. First, I would like to thank the organizing committee for the invitation to be here. Dr. Sergio called me and invited me to be here. My name is Tiago Rezende. I am a civil servant at ANVISA, have been there since 2007, and currently I work with the inspection and oversight of medical devices. And my idea is to give you updates on two extremely relevant programs, both for ANVISA and the industry, EMDRF and MDSAP, and also give you an example of the participation of manufacturers in these two important forums. So I just wanted to start by giving you some context in ANVISA. ANVISA has five directors' offices, and we have our General Office of Inspection and Oversight. We are under the fourth director office. So inside GGFIS, we have GPRO, which works with the oversight and inspection of medical devices, and we have two coordinating offices, one for certification and one for auditing. In our certification area, we work with a national and international good manufacturing practices and also with a national good distribution practices. And in the last year, we have focused more on audits. We analyze dossiers, we receive reports on claims and do investigations, and we also have monitoring programs. These are some examples of programs that we did or have been doing for the past few years. And the last one that we are still developing is our auditing program for aesthetic procedures. So just to give you some context of my area of work in ANVISA. And our office also represents ANVISA in three international forums, IMDRF, MDSAP, and Mercosul. I will start by sharing information about IMDRF and basically introduce you to how we have been working in partnership with the industry. Currently, we have 2 seats in the managing committee of IMDRF. Myself and Karen are taking these seats currently. And in the inspection department in ANVISA, we are representing the agency in 3 work groups: the one for quality system, software as medical devices, and customized medical devices, together with our colleagues working with registration. IMDRF has as members Australia, Brazil, Canada, China, European Union, Japan, Russia, Singapore, South Korea, United Kingdom, and the United States. And during the last meeting in March in Japan, we also approved Switzerland as a new member of our management committee. IMDRF also has official observing members: Argentina, WHO, and Saudi Arabia, and also regional harmonization initiatives such as APAC, GHWP, OPAS or PHHQ, and the African Medical Devices Forum. IMDRF also have a number of affiliate members. These are countries that have a smaller participation in the forum. And in March, we approved Malaysia, Uzbekistan, and Zanzibar as new affiliate members. Currently, in IMDRF, we have a number of different working groups. And again, the next topic in my presentation will be MDSAP. And MDSAP is a program that was created as a working group inside IMDRF. So it started as a working group, and right now it is a separate program with a global scale. So currently we have 8 active working groups inside IMDRF. We have a post-market working group, and there is a specific area in ANVISA called GTech, working with adverse event terminology. We have a working group on AI. We have a colleague here who is responsible for that. We have a working group on clinical evidence for in vitro diagnostic medical devices, one for regulated product submission, uh, a group on good regulatory review practices, another one on personalized medical devices, quality management systems, which is a group where we are present. And currently, we are discussing a regulatory convergency when it comes to good manufacturing practices, and a last group on software as medical devices. These are the 8 active groups we have today. Now, the main topics that are currently being discussed at IMDRF are very much aligned with our discussions here. And I think it's important to have this presentation as the first one so we can understand that all the discussions that will take place during the 2 days we have together are very much aligned with global discussions. So when I looked at the agenda, we're going to talk about reliance. And at IMDRF, we have been working disclosing the ANVISA activities and also working in partnerships with other regulatory authorities for unilateral and bilateral reliance efforts. I think Karen will give you more details on that, because now for the first time we have one authority that is accepting outputs from ANVISA in a unilateral fashion, and that is Mexico. Starting this month, they are accepting our good practices certificates and also our registrations here. We have other initiatives ongoing that are similar with UK and Australia for the bilateral recognition. So reliance has been gaining more and more focus. And MDSAP is a way to do reliance. It is a very successful initiative that I will detail further on in the presentation. Another area includes regulatory convergence. We are working with guidelines, and authorities are shaping their requirements in a very similar way, which makes life much easier for the industry or for the manufacturers, because it becomes simple for them to comply with requirements from different countries as these requirements converge. Another area of interest is AI. which is a topic that is being discussed at IMDRF and that we will also cover today and tomorrow. AI is a reality and it's being used in different ways today. So in this case, we see different perspectives. We see the use of AI in the working process from manufacturers, and we also have products with AI, and we need to be able to assess them. So for that reason, we need to walk together and we need to learn about this topic further. And of course, we also have the use of AI by regulatory authorities. At ANVISA, we also have projects using AI in order to optimize our assessments. Another topic that was discussed in the last meeting of IMDRF is the review of ISO 13485. At that occasion, many authorities gave a statement against the review. We understand that this is not a priority right now. We have many other initiatives that require our focus right now. And we were able to get the ISO committee to delay this review, which in my opinion was a victory for all of us. And we also have post-market discussions, which will be the topic of our next workshop in September, taking place in Sapporo. Between authorities, the topic of post-market is becoming more integrated. So today we have a sharing of confidential information between authorities. If there is one adverse event in one of the countries of the management committee, we are made aware of that and we have the possibility of requesting additional information. So this globalization, when it comes to post-market initiatives, really help us to save resources and work in partnership with other authorities. So these were the main topics that we have been discussing at IMDRF, which is such an important forum for our industry. And of course, I need to mention the participation of the manufacturers, the industry here. The IMDRF forum is comprised by regulatory authorities, but getting the perspective from the industry is extremely important, and we need their engagement to keep things working. So at IMDRF, we have two annual meetings, and I see here many colleagues who were with us in Japan who participated in the discussions. So it is very important to have the presence of the industry contributing with ideas and giving their unique point of view because they are the ones developing new products and working to build and supply these medical devices to the population.
We have two meetings a year in person. Occasionally, we have virtual and working groups meeting as well. And also, we have a working group of the industry inside IMDRF, and they bring demands from the industry on new subjects, on necessity of fitting legislation, requirements, alignment. This is an important work, a new working group. And there's also the participation of the industry through the inquiries and directed survey. When launching a new guide or any other important project, we are always route them to associations so they are sending the consultations with the answers directed to them. And this feedback is really important. So we keep on working aligned with them. This synchronicity is really relevant for the success of the forum. Wow. This is the introduction on the IMDRF. Now about MDSAP. For the ones that are not aware, I think all of you are aware of that. This is a program, a single audit program, in fact. 5 regulatory authorities in Brazil, Australia, Canada, Japan, and United States. We acknowledge these auditing bodies, and they do the auditing equivalent to our inspection for good manufacturing practices, and they send the results to the 5 authorities. So ANVISA has been using the reports, the results of MDSAP for good manufacturing practices certification. This certification is mandatory for risk class 3 and 4 products registered. The certification is valid for 2 years, but for MDSAP, there's a benefit, 4 years of validation. And this one is just to show our flow of good practices. If there's a company part of MDSAP, this is the fast track, let's say. So the company is part of MDSAP. There's a satisfying report, less than 30 days, the certification is issued. Different from the companies that are not part of MDSAP, they have a longer line to be in. They will be under risk analysis. And most of them are selected for on-site ANVISA inspection. So it took some months for doing this inspection, the scheduling, the inspection itself. So we have this priority because it saves resources from the agency and the companies as well. The 5 founding members of MDSAP, the program as MDRF, it's growing fast. We have 4 observers or WHO, Singapore institution, and MDSAP created in the last years a new category, affiliated members. And these are part of it, but in a lower scale, but their requirements are not included in a MDSAP auditing. We have Korea, Israel, Argentina, Taiwan, Kenya, and Mexico. It's not included in this presentation yet because recently addition is South Africa, and we have also a request for Malaysia for the next meeting in September. It will be analyzed. So MDSAP is also quickly growing. ANVISA is also growing along the years with the use of MDSAP. So ANVISA has been used more MDSAP. So this month we are celebrating 1 year of MDC 750, 850. It was extended the validity from 2 to 4 years of duration. So this action was not only to benefit to companies so when they're included in the program, but it's also risk-based because the companies in the MDSAP program, they are audited every year. Different from the ones that are inspected by ANVISA, we don't have resources to go visit these companies every year. So these are considered lower risk companies, the ones that are part of the program. So MDSAP, we understand that besides bringing a resource economy to authorities, it brings a series of benefits to companies like rationalization of manufacturers' resources, assessment of the quality system before ISO and 5 countries. MDSAP is also recognized as an international quality standard. The use of MDSAP results, it can be used for making easier the trading in different countries, not only the 5 members, but the observers and affiliate members as well. And as previously mentioned, it brings a kind of speed. It makes the certification of good practice faster. So the manufacturers of MDSAP, the parts of MDSAP, the green MDSAP and yellow auditing bodies. US, we have a lot. Brazil, it's increasing. We have 40 companies, around 40 countries in Brazil, part of MDSAP. Europe, we have a lot. A little bit in Israel. Africa, we don't have much yet. India, a lot. China, Japan, Korea, Thailand, Malaysia, and Australia is similar to Brazil in quantity. So the program has increased year by year. We have 7,000 participant companies today. Recently, we also brought MDSAP website was inside FDA A1 in the US, and last year we inaugurated a specific website for the program. You have the address up there, .global, the brand. We had a rebrand, and the website bring a lot of information, and it's more friendly than the previous one. Important update. Was a win for ANVISA. The widening of MDSAP up to last month to be inside the program, you should be a legal manufacturer company. And now MDSAP is widened. It was made by ANVISA inside the program, and now it's allowed the entry of contracted or outsourced companies. They can enter the program as well. Certified companies by ANVISA, and the use of the program by ANVISA will be increased. So this is an important project. It was able to be approved. Some authorities from Canada, Australia, they were against it. They use the legal manufacturer logics, and we use the real manufacturer logics. We were able to amplify it, and it was important to us. And this app is more like it's one further example of collaboration between authorities and the industry. We have a third element, auditing our bodies and MDSAP, like MRF. They have on-site meetings once a year. The last one was in Netherlands in June, and I'm seeing some colleagues here that were there being part of this meeting. And like IMDRF, the industry engagement is important, being part of the meetings, answering directed consultation. It's really important having the industry's view so we can add elements and we can walk together. The synergy between industry and regulators is really important for the success of the program. Moving to the final part of the presentation, I would like to bring some reflections up. Karin and Dr. Sergio, they mentioned about extending our lives, people living 100 years. We're talking about this life perspective and a reflection here. How many medical devices are used in the world a day? I bet many people here, there are people with contact lenses, maybe um, a hearing device, maybe a curative, maybe a condom in your pocket. So from the moment we are born, we are using medical devices. This shows the importance of you, the manufacturers, and us as regulators of working together in a synchronicity so these medical devices they are widely used, they are made available with quality, efficiency, and safety. This is the reflection I bring here. And we understand this is a shared responsibility. It's not exclusive from manufacturers or regulators, but it's a shared responsibility to supply and audit these products with quality. About the programs mentioned, MD SAP, IMDRF, and also Mercosur, they are really about limited resources. No company has infinite resources, and it's also applied to regulatory authorities. So when we work with reliance, harmonization, and regulatory convergence, we're talking about resources here. Anvisa has serious problems of resources. The whole federal government, we had increase of 25% in the agency's budget. So saving the resources is really vital. That's why we're doing each time less inspections. We have a reduced number of servers, so we are working with reliance cutting. We'll show you the data. The quantity of reliance in Brazil is increasing. So the resources economy is important for keep on doing our work with excellence. In conclusion, I think ANVISA's interface with the industry, ANVISA works in a transparent way. As I mentioned, in the programs, the industry's contribution is really important for our work. So almost all RDCs launched by ANVISA is open for public consultation. We always receive a feedback from you, and we always have take this into account, your feedback, because you are the ones that are working with the product in the daily routine. So it's important for us to receive the feedback, understanding the point of view and needs of the industry, and take this into account so the requirements and decisions are launched according to the reality. Many times we are not able to see your point of view. So this is why it's so important, the participations in public hearings, public consultations, and we work in a partnership that goes beyond the requirement elaboration. The industry also helps ANVISA in qualification events, training events, events like this one, an opening to talk, an important conversation we're having here. So many associations, we have ABRAIDI, ABINO, CBDL, BMed, all of them helps us to provide qualification. We're always able to be part of the events also. So this is an important partnership. It only adds to the scenario of medical device regulation. Now, I would like to announce future opportunities that I see as important. Next month, we are going to Japan, IMDRF Forum, and in September, the presidency will be changed from Japan to Singapore. 1 year from now, Singapore will pass on the presidency to us. Brazil will be the next president of IMDRF. In 2023, I was part of the organization of the first MDSAP forum in Brazil. I got crazy. Um, I swear, I was feeling really sick during that week because it was a lot of work, a lot of responsibility. But I saw that as an opportunity. I really like soccer, football. My team, Cruzeiro, is doing well. So when you are playing in your field, you have advantages. And I see things like that. We will play in our field. So after MDSAP Forum here in Brazil, we became a leading player in the programs. We were able to approve agendas. Maybe Brazil, along with US, are the two countries moving the program forward together. So I see IMDRF presidency in 2027 as an opportunity. Two events will be hosted here in Brazil, probably Brasilia and another city, and we are already inviting you all to be part of them, and it will be really important. I know we'll get crazy again, but this will be an opportunity to play in our field and being a leading role in this for opportunities and also in the industry. And after that, the presidency of MDSAP, 2 years, 28 and 29. And the same thing, 2 years of a lot of work, but also opportunities for Brazil. And to close, I bring a reflection on the social responsibility, social accountability, working in this medical devices environment. Is our responsibility to provide safe and efficient and proper uh, medical devices to support and improve quality of life of people. In the end of the day, the industry and the regulators, we are together in the same mission. This is the takeaway message I have for you. Thank you. Now I'm open to questions. Great. Thank you for your information, Thiago Rezende Cunha. Like an official photo of your soccer team in the field. Now, Dr. Cesar, welcome to the stage for the official photo with Thiago. I would also like to mention that we have now more than 400 people following us online, and also you here in our auditorium. Official photo. About Cruzeiro soccer team, in a couple of months, we will know if things worked out for you. So, the second panel of the day, I call Dr. Fotini Toscas, representative of the National Commission of Incorporation of Technologies, CONITEC, Institute of Health of the Secretary of State of São Paulo, talking about public health, inclusion of technology, video surgery. Welcome. The clicker, where's the clicker? Just testing here. Hello, is it working? Okay, good morning, everyone. I would like to thank you all for the invitation, congratulate you on this event. It's so important, the incorporation of technologies on the public health system. Dr. Luciane Bonan, President of Conitec, Director of the Department of Management and Corporation of Technologies from the municipality I'm representing here, Conitec, talking a little bit about this theme, talking about incorporation but focused in video surgery. This is our theme. Is that okay? Is that working? Okay. I'm a public servant. My career is in scientific research. I'm from a technology assessment nucleus. Now I'm the coordinator of this nucleus and also in technological innovation nucleus of the Health Institute in São Paulo. As a researcher, I've been acting in many research projects linked to the assessment of medical devices in any kind, any life cycle, and also value added chain. I also participate and support some managing processes. I'm title member of the Committee of Products and Procedures of CONITEC, technology assessment at the committee, and also part of the Technical Chamber of Technosurveillance for ANVISA, and also part as an expert member of the Subcommittee of Products and Procedures of the Ministry of Health. And in this tripod, besides the research and management, I also work in teaching and in education. I work in the subjects of tech assessment and incorporation of technology innovation in post-graduation course of the Secretary of the State of São Paulo. And I just got my PhD in April. It was incorporation of medical device in the public health system. Is this one the right clicker? Okay.
So today I will cover four main topics, starting talking about what is a health technology assessment. And it's important to understand the stakeholders, who can participate and how they can contribute. So the different steps and stakeholders involved with this focus on medical devices and procedures. I'll give you some numbers. What are the demands we have at Conitec with this focus on video-assisted surgeries? And then what happens once the technology or the procedure is incorporated in the public healthcare system? What are the next steps? What are the consequences and the necessary steps to make that or transform that decision into access so the technology can be offered in the system? And for that, we'll be covering two big systems. We have our official list from the public healthcare system and also a list of the procedures that are funded by the Ministry of Health. And I'll finish on some challenges and opportunities so we can evolve in the health technology assessment processes and in the process to approve these technologies. A health technology assessment is a multidisciplinary process. So we need a lot of different areas participating, and we need to bring more knowledge and different perspectives. So through explicit and transparent methods, we can support the decision-making process. And that's what we do. We assess the value that the technology brings in comparison to something else, trying to identify the value that it generates to generate the support in the decision-making process. So we have a robust and high-quality system. So it's very important to have a multidisciplinary team. We need information from epidemiology, medical physics, health economics, from patients and the individuals who designed the technology. So it's important to get contributions from all these different areas. And of course, the analysis includes different dimensions. We have multiple stakeholders because we have different areas to assess and different attributes for each of those dimensions. So the health technology assessment is based mostly in the clinical efficiency of that technology, the safety, the benefit that the technology is going to bring, effectiveness. Of course, we need to identify the population who would benefit the most from the technology, assessing risk and benefit here. And then we have a more social dimension on the patient and the social impact that that technology might bring. What matters to the patient? What are the outcomes or the expectations that patients have and their unmet needs? What is more convenient for them? What can and cannot be tolerated? We also have an economic dimension. We have finite resources, but the healthcare needs are endless, and the possibilities of incorporating technologies are much larger than the resources we have. So the idea here is to optimize cost, look for efficiency, looking for technology that offer a good cost effectiveness and that can be accommodated in the budget. So more than just being cost effective, the technology must fit into our budget. So it's important to consider that impact as well. And we also have organizational challenges. We work in the public system, and these challenges are huge. We have a lot of inequalities between regions at different scales. So how can we spread the use of technology, remembering that we should consider the regional specificities and inequalities? So we have to take into account logistics, accessibility, training, and thinking about surgical procedures and the technologies that is used during surgical procedures, the organizational challenges are paramount to be tackled. So what is the availability of human resources? Because many of these technology is dependent on the professional. So we can get the clinical and the economic benefit. So the learning curve can have an impact in the clinical efficiency, but also on the economic results. And many times technology depend on other technologies. So we need the right level of infrastructure, not only the right staff. And we need to think about the planning for the budget. So how can we share this technology in the system and how the financial planning will take place to make that happen? And how can we define the population or the target population? Let's imagine that for a certain procedure, the ability of that hospital is to operate on 6 patients a month, but the demand is for 300 procedures a month. So what are the criteria that we must establish to prioritize those 6 patients that the system can accommodate? And at the same time, how can I make or how can I grow the capacity of the system? Over the years, on the first year, second, third year, it's important to have a plan and to discuss this dissemination, looking at demand and capacity. An economic assessment, pricing is dynamic. We have a lot of different pricing structures, and the price of the procedure is very much connected to productivity. If you do more procedures, you have benefits from the economy of scale. And of course, we need to think about the funding and how we can allocate our resources more efficiently, especially for those type of technologies that require a big initial investment. So if I'm buying this technology, it's a very expensive one because of the efficiency that I will get. But at the same time, I need to ensure that the right level of productivity will be there. There will be no idle capacity to ensure sustainability. And this is done through an economic assessment and also to recover initial investments that were made. This is very important because if we fund a technology that is just going to be there and not going to be used, or that cannot reach a good level of productivity, we are pretty much losing resources that later cannot be recovered. So when doing an economic assessment, it's important to understand the productivity, which of course interferes in the pricing, but we also need to look at the cost effectiveness assessment and an effective allocation of resources. So if I'm going to do just a single procedure a month, am I going to get a return on my investment? Is this going to be sustainable? So what are the procedures that we need to do to ensure the sustainability of the system? And of course, we need to deal with uncertainties, especially if we lack evidence on long-term effects. Usually longitudinal studies are more limited, and how we can produce additional evidence once the technology has already been incorporated. This is CONITEC. It's our commission. We are under the Ministry of Health. We were founded 14 years ago, so we are still on our teenage years. So it's under the Ministry of Health. And CONITEC pretty much supports the Ministry of Health by providing them with recommendation reports on the incorporation of new technology or the removal of technology or any changes in technology. We also support them on the creation of clinical protocols so the Ministry of Health can make their final decision. And after that decision is made, the technology is made available in the public system. So we have an approval from CONITEC, and the technology is also included in the private healthcare system. So we have gone through major changes in our structure, and currently we are organized by committees. Up until not long ago, we had a single forum, but now to deal with the different specificities of different segments, CONITEC was divided in 3 big committees, one for products and procedures, one for medication, and one for clinical protocols and therapeutical guidelines. So we can have discussions that take into account the specificities of each sector. So this was an important progress for CONITEC because in the past, in the same session, we would be discussing drugs and medical devices. And we know that these different types of technology have different specificities. We have an executive secretary and a management department. Currently, we have 15 members, 7 representatives from the Ministry of Health. We have the Federal Council of Medicine, the Brazilian Medical Association, the different medical councils like CONAS and CONASEMS. We have the different regulatory agencies, NATS for methodology, and in April, a law was enacted adding a 16th member to CONITEC. So each of the committee will have one extra member, and they have a right to vote, and they will be representing civil society organizations. But this member, different from the other ones, they have a rotation seat. So they are not a permanent member. All the other members, they have a specific term, and this one will have a rotational seat. The law was enacted in April. We have 180 days to regulate this, and so probably in November, we will have one extra member in the CONITEC meetings. In Brazil, health technology assessment has a binding force. So every recommendation issued by CONITEC needs to be established on the criteria listed in the legislation. Not every country puts this dependency on the assessment of clinical trials. So the rules for incorporations need to include the scientific evidence and also an economic assessment. In the end, the CONITEC assessment and the recommendation needs to take place in 180 days with a possibility of extending the term to 90 more days. CONITEC only receives the demand. Demand can come from the Ministry of Health or any individual, manufacturers, the state departments. So we have demands coming from different areas. It doesn't need to come necessarily from the owner of the technology. So after the request, the time frame is done and we issue a report. And then after that, the report is assessed and a decision is made if the recommendation is going to be incorporated or not. This is one step, the step that makes the decision public. But between the decision being made public and patients actually having access to the technology, there is another step that takes another 180 days. And we are no longer responsible for that period of time. We finish our work when we send the report about our recommendation. After that, the different areas take over because every technology is part of a program. It's either part of an oncological program or a living better, a wellness program. Every technology is accommodated inside one of our programs, and the law determines that after 180 days, the technology must be made available. But we have another piece of legislation regarding budgeting. So next year's budget is being discussed right now in the Brazilian Congress. So probably the technology that will be incorporated this year will not be part of the budget planning. So there is this lack of alignment between this 180 days period until technologies are available and the need to make the budget for the next year in the previous year. So this is pretty much the flow. We receive a demand and we do a compliance assessment. In our website, you have all the recommendations on how to write a dossier. We say that demand can come from anyone, but of course, you need to write the report. You need to do the economic assessment, the budget impact study. After that, we check if the dossier is in compliance or not. And then we have one partner participating here. We have groups of technology assessment from HIBRATS. So these groups, they come in and they do a critical analysis on the dossier, working together with the Ministry of Health, and they produce a technical report if they need any additional studies that is performed, and they publish an initial recommendation. We have a meeting, and in this first meeting, the different stakeholders present the demand, and we have some social participation here. According to the law, CONITEC was created based on social participation. First, because it's a collegiate group. We have a right to vote from different members, but besides that, we have a public consultation and a public hearing. This is in the law. And CONITEC has only expanded the possibility of social participation. Mechanisms that were not necessarily part of the legislation, but then were incorporated because of the need of bringing different points of view. The patient's perspective, for example. So we of course, first identify patients who could participate, and they go there and they talk about what matters to them. What is their clinical condition, how the use of the technology changed their lives, the positive and negative impacts, the impact on his life or their life, the impact on their family budget, the diagnosis. All that is important information because, again, no matter how good a report or technical report is, it can never include the experience from someone living with the disease. We also hear from an expert. We have a pool of experts who go there to answer questions. What were the changes in the natural history of the disease or the changes in the healthcare provided? After that, we publish an initial report who will be available for public consultation for 20 days. If it's a healthcare emergency, that time frame goes down to 10 days. And after that, there's a final recommendation with the participation of the individual or individuals who presented the demand. And again, all the meetings are recorded, so everyone has access to all the material throughout the process. And in this final recommendation, they will do another presentation on the technology and their demand. The experts will also present the contributions that they received, additional information, perhaps things that were ignored before. One of my professors said that doing a health technology assessment is like an art. It's the art of active listening and of unveiling an unseen reality. So it's about hearing the experiences from those using the technology. The manufacturers, the competitors, everyone participates in this public consultation. This is presented and a final report is produced. The secretary from the Ministry of Health is then receives the report, and then we have another public consultation. Because for the public healthcare system, the decision is made exclusively by the secretary. So if they believe there is a need for another public consultation, this can be done or not. It's his decision. And if we're going to do a public consultation, the procedure is decided by the secretary as well. We record the public consultations and then the decision is made public. Conitec monitors all these decisions to understand if the technology or everything that was published in the initial report actually makes sense or not. Now, how can everyone participate in the process? You can register in our website as a healthcare expert, so you can help us answer questions. You can also bring patients, so we hear their perspective. We have several examples. Sometimes the clinical outcome, what we were measuring, was not the most relevant thing for the patients. There were other things that were more important for them. And you can also register managers from the public healthcare system. If the technology is already being used, the managers can talk about non-clinical benefits, maybe more efficiency, maybe more productivity, and they can also talk about the challenges in the implementation. It's important to bring all these perspectives because scientific evidence are not always available for that.
Also, the subcommittee was created, the product subcommission. There was already one for medication, and this one was born 3 years ago, I think. It was a wish from everybody having a place for dealing with the demands. So the subcommission will support and deal with the demands that sometimes when they arrive at the committee, there are many uncertainties and the committee cannot make a decision. So the subcommission start to work on the process to settle doubts, uncertainties, uh, technology assessment nucleus. It's hard to get the data of the purchases from the public health system, if the data are correct. So the Ministry of Health can collaborate with that. So this is a subcommission from the Ministry of Health. Larger representativeness, there are experts. Many of them are part of the subcommission. It helps in a compliance analysis if the question for the survey is correct or not. It helps on the critical analysis of the dossier, solving doubts. Also, answering the questions of the ones that are elaborating as well. After the initial recommendation, if there's any question, you can demand a general inform or complementary ones, and the subcommission will act on that. So they are important for dealing better with the questions and uncertainties because regarding devices, procedures, there are many uncertainties, so this is the way we deal with them. An important thing, as I told you, demand can come from any person. Sometimes it's not the manufacturer, and they put the price on the product. So what the subcommission do? Who are the manufacturers? So the Ministry of Health will get in touch with the manufacturer, supplier, distributor, telling the technology is being demanded. If there is any question, what's the value, the amount? Sometimes it came from a society or natural person sometimes. So we get in touch with the manufacturer, checking not only the price, but also modality of contract, location. Is this a purchase? The questions are arising, and the manufacturer needs to be part of that. And it's important that them provide us this information, this is step, and especially when the demand is an internal one. And sometimes the manufacturer doesn't know the technology is being assessed by Conitec. Numbers, we have 258 if you're filtering procedures and products, and they are 22% of total demand. ma- um, Majority medication. But if you filter, you get only procedures and leave only products, the number changes. Out of 258 reports issued by Conitec, the most of them are internal demand more than external demand. When we are doing clinical protocol, therapeutical guidelines, in general, they map diagnostic technology, rehab therapy, therapeutical technologies, and then comes to Ministry of Health. We have more internal than external demands and a higher number of favorable to incorporation, way higher than not favorable. And when you measure, you see there are more because we have more internal demand, or it's less favorable when the demand is not internal demand. This is a different one because in the previous one, you see the reports Conitec issued. This one is different. It's a different number, Conitec in numbers. It's about non-compliance. The Conitec was not able to do the report yet. So this number is high, 82 non-compliances. 82 dossiers or demands we're not able to settle. If we separate from procedures and products, we have more non-compliant demand in product than assessed report. This is an indication we need to improve the cascade, the demand system. We need to improve a lot so we will get into compliance. We can tell if we are incorporating or not. The world of products, procedures is a giant world separating in types of technologies. There is a growth in diagnostic technologies, not only in vitro but imaging as well. In the last 5 years, this is since the arrival of Conitec, but 5 years, this number is way more expressive in diagnostic technologies, followed by other ones like assistential medical devices, OPMS not related to chirurgical acts, the orthesis, prosthesis, and medical special medical orthesis and prosthesis, and we have a growth in transplant procedures and implantable surgical procedures, 18% of participation. Some reports from Conitec, they dealt with video surgery. In interest intervention surgery or repairing one. There was the report of bariatric surgery by laparoscopy, and we had the first robotic surgical system. In 2021, we had the second demand of prostatectomy, robot-assisted one, and recently we have preliminary report, but Conitec has decided on the incorporation of robot-assisted radical prostatectomy. And what happens? Conitec recommends, the sectics decides on that, and there's also the offer. The ones that are doing the offer effectively, there are actions to be made. So there's specialized attention, secretarial primary attention, maybe both of them, SBS, SAES, they will do a set of actions necessary to make the technology available to the system, thinking about the products. Do I need to put it in some table? Do I need to improve them, create a administrative rule? The necessary conditions for make the technology available. First, one of the characteristics, this is a procedure. Is there a procedure like that at the public health system? Do we need to update it? Do we need to create a new one? Who is going to pay for this service, this new service? So the first question is about the cost always. Sometimes we have the technology. There was one we incorporated. We didn't need cost to pay for that because it was only thermometer, or it was like that. You don't need a cost system for that action. But in general, we need the cost system. So thinking about creating a procedure, will it be associated one, a principal, a main one? Second thing, besides the cost of the service, I need to make the investment, the acquisition of technologies. So investment expenses. And this budget regarding the cost investment, it's also under the law of budget guidelines. You need to divide in capital and cost, and the general capital for this cost. And second, sometimes the incorporation itself, it recommends, there is a recommendation issued linked to a clinical protocol of therapeutical guidelines, is linked to that. I will offer, but under the elaboration of clinical protocol of therapeutical guidelines. Sometimes the technology, you don't need a clinical protocol. You need a use one, a simpler technology. Don't need the whole care line. I'll just create a protocol for use of the technology, the use parameters for the technology. We have the national guideline. We had national guidelines which reach not only for the public health system service, but also private service. Probably they will create a care line for the technology where it will be fit, the position it occupies in the care line of the patient of that clinical condition. Do we have habilitation of enabled hospitals to use accredited one, accessibility criteria? Which are the hospitals where this procedure can be made, use that technology? If you have bariatric surgery, 2017, the recommendation report in February. But in March, the administrative rule was created. The prosecution office created the procedure to show the table from the public health system when we access. It's a monthly competence. It has a higher periodicity. Competence per month. You see the history of the evolution and the data, the budget, the amount, the discretion. One of the actions which are consequence for the incorporation. Another action was the care line. Which patient will use that? In which point of the care is primary attention, then it goes to expert one. At each point of the care, they will be under a bariatric surgery. So we create a clinical protocol, a flow chart, let's say, of the control, monitoring, summarized the one published in 2020. In this case, the equipment, the video tower, we had already this one in the system. We didn't need to create an action for having it. What could happen is they could foresee the video towers they are in operation are not enough. We would need more. But this technology was already available in the system. Maybe we could change its configuration. And when are we assessing product or procedure? product for incorporating product, or only a procedure where the product is included? Normally, it's the second one, the procedure. I assess the procedure, and then the product is a step, an input, because it's harder for the product itself to solve the whole issue. Sometimes, general, you need a credential. This is a credential good. You need to be prescribed. You need a consultation. You need to be seen by the doctor, follow up. If you need the procedure, which are the associated one, the feedstock, hospitalization, observation, treatment, all of that we need to check to decide the purpose. Is that inside the program? Which program? And the arrangements for these offers, the health regions, where are the technologies combined? Do I need other ones to make them work? This is common. I need something for implant, but I need a X-ray, hemodynamic system, so they are bounding. Do we have this to offer? This is the public health system table. Up to last year, there were 8 big groups, main groups of devices. It would be 7 associated to surgical procedure, the non-associated one. We had the 9th one, a compound of the program now with expert. The number 9 is the program from the Ministry of Health. In June, there's an administrative rule changing, establishing the list of procedures of surgical compound that will be offered inside the program now with the expert. This is a management, information management table for planning. The values, we'll talk about that, but it's a federal component, but it has no intention of list all the orthesis or prosthesis. But if you put all the feedstock, all the raw material, it's not the intention of the table. It's not able to put all the special prosthesis and orthesis. All the compounds in the hospital services are inserted or also in the procedure. Let's think about stent placement. Sometimes a stent is inside the procedure of a stent placement. So the table, if we're checking, these are the procedures that are contained in the table. Each one of them, you can access each one of them in video surgery, and you see the values, the descriptions. How do we update or manage? First, the value is a minimum national reference, that's the amount. The public health system has a tripartite funding. This is a compound of the public health system table. It's a federal compound, but the SUS, the public health system, needs the other entities for the funding. We have hospitalization amount or hospital services, the materials, the feedstock, the amount of outpatient service, and there is compatibility for a same procedure. There are 4 associated procedures, a main one and 3 other associated ones to understand what's being remunerated in here. Besides knowing the health system is not only funded by the federal compound, there are other instances. There are other not listed in the table, the other resources of sources, incentives, increases, additions. We have philanthropy, exemptions, the investments, capital investments, which are instrumentalized through and the players for updating the table. It can come from Conitech. If not, how can we update that? Technical criteria as well, and the procedure can be reviewed, periodically reviewed, and the areas of the Ministry of Health are a part of it. Expert hospitals that offer the technology to understand microfunding, or if descriptive one, and expert societies. The societies of experts, they are big partners to update that. Societies for surgical oncology, gynecology. These societies are important. Their participation are important to update that. And they can be created, changed. We saw the other one more with experts. It was an administrative rule from the Ministry of Health, and sometimes they can be created without CONITAC's recommendations, since the technologies are consecrated use. Since the world of devices is really plural one, it's made case by case. It's hard to generalize that. The Ministry of Health is not offering that different. Now they are doing a centralized purchase, but it's an exception. What the ministry does is transferring the resources so the institution can buy it, or transfer the refund of what was executed. So the ministry is not directly purchasing, it's only made for hospitals which are national institutions. They transfer the funds, and the ones that are buying are the managers. The local manager will buy, and the Ministry of Health, they have the matter of the cost they are refunding, and there's a list. They co-fund what they need to buy as a material capital investment. There are rules not from CONITAC. These are from the ones planning, working with planning or budget. And we have the national list of permanent equipment and material, rename. It's at the website of the National Fund of Health. There's the management of the whole list. Of National Fund of Health manages the list. You can see all the items, and different from SIGTAP table where you do a month-by-month consultation. Here's annual one. Renames update is annual one. If you're putting a filter, a search, you have to know the technologies that were funded last year. It's always made by year, month by month. Rename was institutionalized by the Ministry of Health. This list of 800 technologies funded. There's a system that manages the information, CGEM. CGEM manages the information from Renem. And which information? Average price, suggested price, specification, allowed configurations, forbidden configurations, what the ministry approves or not, and they also bring data. These technical and economic information you find at CGEM comes from PROCOT. PROCOT is a technical cooperation program the Ministry of Health institutes with manufacturing distributors of technology and products. They adhere to PROCOT program, and they will inform if the list of the Ministry of Health, the tech data, the price data makes sense, because the ones that know for sure are the companies. So the program is the ones that adhere to the program. They will update with the ministry the list, knowing the technology is existent already or not, price, technical collaboration. And the companies adhere to PROCOT at CGEM. When you are searching for the equipment, there is the name of the companies. It doesn't mean they were approved by the Ministry of Health, but they are part of the program, collaborating with technical economic information.
This is the system for the bariatric surgery. So here is information on the video systems. There's an issue with the terminology here because it's not standardized. And we have two suggested specifications, one with the suggested price and the other recommendation. Because again, if one institution is assessing the demand for this procedure, they might not adhere to these specifications and choose their own. For example, at the list of funded procedures, we don't have a surgical robot, but we have a procedure. So the procedure must incorporate all the instruments needed. But the question was, considering oncology, The number of hospitals that actually have a surgical robot, is that enough for the program? Do we need to fund this? But if we do need to fund it, it's still not on the list of funded procedures, so it needs to be there. So it's a very difficult process. We need to check if that device is funded or not, if I have a good number or enough number. So what are the challenges? Of course, we have quite a complex funding system, as you noticed, and we're always trying to improve it. Recently, we did a study. It was a cooperative studies, and by the way, thank you to everyone who participated. We had participation of the regulatory authorities, patients, the industry, and we wanted to combine these multiple perspectives. We are about to publish this, and we identified a number of challenges. So the different stakeholders told us there is a process-related challenge. So the way the HTA studies are done, where we find the information, we need to improve the methods and have methodological guidelines on the methodology for doing an HTA. There's an issue of governance and integration. So the regulatory cascade is quite long. And sometimes there's no convergence between different regulatory systems. There's also a challenge of training. How can we keep continuous training regarding HTA? And of course, the need of supporting new research, especially longitudinal studies after the technology is incorporated. So the challenges that we identified on this research are the same challenges that WHO highlights as global challenges for the use of HTA in medical devices. Governance, meaning having an alignment with public policies. So a technology management policy cannot be different for a policy for the development of industrial complex. So how can we promote more alignment and how we can make sure they are long-lasting? There's also a challenge of funding, because one thing is to decide to incorporate a technology on the list, but how can we fund that? Professional training, database is another challenge. And one thing that's quite common is cooperation. We need to improve the communication between academia, management, and the industry, and the other challenges that are listed here. Just next Friday, we're going to do a webinar at Rebrats. We're going to be presenting this study and other studies that we did to foster the discussion. And the idea is to discuss the challenges, the different areas, and methodologies. We're going to have as a guest Vania Canuto from PAHO. She participated on the foundation of Conitech. We're going to have Lady Teixeira from ANVISA, and she's going to give us an overview on HTA in the world. We also did a survey to identify those who are interested in doing an HTAs. I will be doing one discussion panel, and Marisa will also be discussing some challenges. You don't need to register for the webinar. It's going to be on Teams, so make sure you come. Still on the studies, we are about to publish a study with the use of early HTA. Nadia is a researcher from the Ministry of Health, and she did her PhD on that. This is one of the final stages of her PhD study with the participation of Eduardo Jorge, who is a secretary at the Ministry of Health. And I think next week this study is going to be published, and her idea is to propose a translational pathway, including all regulatory steps in Brazil at the federal level. And she presents two approaches. And she does an alignment between TRLs, which is a very common terminology in innovation, and she aligns that with the terminology that we use for the incorporation process. So what are the necessary studies to have this integration between the development process of the technology so it becomes closer or easier to be incorporated? It was a great study. She developed this pathway. And her goal now is to start applying this pathway, because the world of regulation is quite big, so it will be a challenge. Because again, it is important to share the studies that we have finished, but also ongoing studies. Currently, we have a study to prioritize medical devices and a tool for multi-criteria analysis for HTA decisions for medical devices. And this study that we are doing right now works in two areas. We're doing one area focusing specifically at Conitec at the federal level, but we also have the participation of clinical engineers thinking about this prioritization process inside hospitals. So we're doing a study that will be sent to the federal government, but at the same time, this study will be able to be used inside hospitals. Thank you for your attention, and if you have any questions, I'm available. Thank you, Dr. Fotini. Do you root for Cruzeiro, the soccer team, as well? No. Well, that doesn't matter. You still need to take a picture. I just want to clarify that after the next presentation from Dr. Karen, Fotini, Tiago, and Karen, and myself will be all on stage to take a couple of questions from the audience. So if you have any questions during the presentations, make sure you write them down for the Q&A. And I will actually change my instructions here. I'm going to ask for those of you asking questions to please be brief. You don't need to provide a 5-minute context to ask a 12-minute question, like very common practice in Brazil. Just ask a question, like a simple sentence with a question mark at the end. Thank you very much. Speaking of the audience, right now, we have more than 450 people watching us online, not to mention the ones who are here in person with us. Thank you for your attention. So Dr. Sergio mentioned the Q&A, and I also would like to highlight, I want to mention that we have Dr. Carlos Eduardo Gouveia, so we can move to our next presentation. Now, I would like to call on stage Dr. Karen Knopf. She's a director of health technology products at ANVISA, and she'll give us an update on reliance in Brazil.
Alô?
Good morning. My name is Karen. I've been at ANVISA since 2001. Before, I worked in different areas and departments. I started in the authorization area and inspection of cosmetic products and hygiene products. After that, I work with certification of bioequivalence centers. I also work in imports as an assistant to the director and president. I've worked in planning, in quality coordination. I have also worked as an auditor and coordinator for good practices certification for health products. And since July 2024, I've been leading our general office for health technology and products. Currently, ANVISA has about 1,539 professionals, and in our area, we have a team of 46. We have a coordination for clinical research and 3 managing offices, one responsible for the registration of medical devices, another one responsible for in vitro diagnostic products, and a third one responsible for health use materials, including orthopedic implants. So what are the main activities that we conduct at GGTPS? We assess notification for register, transfer of ownerships. We assess requirements. We provide answers to any requests or questions that might exist about the process. We are also responsible for establishing the rules and criteria for the registration of all products that are under our responsibility. We also provide general instructions and recommendations to the population and to the regulated industry by organizing webinars, events, and forums that are promoted by either associations or companies or international bodies. We have an active participation in different international forums. IMDRF being the main one, but we're also present at Mercosur. So just to give you a landscape on the growth of medical devices in Brazil, we see that there is a growth that was not so significant, but nevertheless, a growth in the number of notifications. Here we're talking about class 1 and class 2 products. For class 3 products, we have a more significant growth, and for class 4, also a greater growth. So we ended the year of 2024 with 2,797 notifications for class 1, more than 4,000 for class 2 devices, 921 for class 3 devices, and 393 notifications for class 3 products. Currently, Brazil manufactures 31% of all regulated products in Brazil. The remaining 68.73% of the products that are regulated in Brazil are manufactured in different countries. The main countries include China, the US, and third is Germany. China and the US are competing, they're quite close, 18% to and 16% to the US. Currently, we have 94,069 approved products between notification and registration. Most of these products come from class 2, 46.48% of them, followed by class 1 products with 36.75%, class 3 after that with 11%, and class 4 products, the highest level of risk, with 5.68% of all the current authorizations. Regarding the type of product, mostly in Brazil, we have health use materials accounting for 60% of the current authorizations. After that, we have IVDs with 22.18%, equipment with 14.98%, and orthopedic implants with 2.24%. So just to give you an idea on the number of petitions that are currently being analyzed inside our group. Here we are looking for registration and notification only, but we also look at changes in the authorization, a growing trend in the last month, and we have other requests like transfer of ownership or clarification of requirements, requirement analysis as well, which is a big part of what we do as well. Just to give you an idea, out of the total of petitions that we have received, looking from June 2024 until July 2025, from the number of petitions that were assessed, we have an average that varies from 900 to 200 petitions, and most of them were approved, and just a small part, about 20 petitions were not approved. Now, regarding notifications, some months ago, we had a smaller number, but lately we are receiving a lot of petitions for notification. We have a higher number. We received 380 up until 760. The maximum was more than 800 notification petitions, especially for class 1 and 2 products. And here the rejection percentage is a little bit higher. About 80 or 100 of those petitions were not approved. Specifically on management, I like to present the number of petitions that we receive on a monthly basis. So looking from August 2024 until July 2025, we received 1,741 petitions. We had 12 requirements after we received them, and at the end, we concluded 1,777 notifications, which gives us an average of 145 petitions arriving every month and 148 being finalized. Regarding registration for medical equipment, we received on the same time frame about 497 petitions. We work and developed 208 requirements, and we concluded 430, which gives us an average of 41 requests for registration a month and a conclusion of 35 processes. For health products, we receive a notification request for products of class 1 and 2. A total of 1,335 notifications, 9 requests were made, and we concluded 1,293, which gives us a monthly average of 111 notifications petitions arriving and 107 being concluded a month. For in vitro diagnosis registration, the total for the year, 586 petitions for registration. We came back with 612 requirements. Remembering that IVD, we need the results from the quality control analysis in order for certain products at least, so that's also included here. And we ended or concluded 744 petitions, which gives us a monthly average of 48 registration petitions arriving and 62 being finalized a month. So in the period of 1 year at CMIOR, we received 348 registration petitions. These are only for classes 3 and 4. We came back with 201 requirements, and we concluded 326 processes, which gives us a monthly average of 29 petitions arriving every month and 27 petitions being concluded. For health use materials, in the period of 1 year, we received 5,267 notification petitions, and we concluded 5,219 of them, which gives us a monthly average of 438 notification petitions arriving every month and 434 being concluded. For registration requests for health use materials, we received 746 petitions. We came back with 389 requirements, and we concluded 409 processes, which gives us a monthly average of 62 petitions for registration a month, and we are concluding an average of 34 a month. So by looking at the graphs, it becomes quite clear that we have the number of petitions arriving that is much greater than our operational capacity to analyze them. It also becomes clear that the number of requirements is greater than 50% of the number of requests or petitions that we receive. So what are we doing to try to address that? When it comes to our operational capacity, we have been tirelessly requesting the hiring of more staff with the participation of the associations assisting us with that. And we're still waiting the decision from the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Development. They are in communication and they are aware of the need we currently have at ANVISA.
Regarding other points, like what can we do to reduce the number of requirements? We've been working on the review of manuals for guidance on routing of register notification documentation. We have routed them for associations. We got the response last year, I think, and we'll be probably publishing this revealed manual in up to 15 days. Another thing, we've done the training with associations. Dr. Sergio is helping us a lot, and some companies here that helped us in this training so we can first we can train the technicians, and second we have this proximity with industry so we can understand how can we work with our documents so they will understand in a clear way what is being said. When we root all these points, all the requirements under the resolution, what the what the company is not understanding, why do we have so many requirements? This causes a delay for Anvisa and also for the company, which is in this expectation around this product. They elaborate the entire documentation, they root it, understand it's correct, and there are more demands over it. So we have tried to make the Anvisa's technician get closer to the regulatory sectors and the industry in charge of the development and documentation of the product so we can minimize the difference we can see between the Anvisa's and companies' understanding. Another thing we've been working on the idea or the proposal for creation of a technical chamber of medical devices. The list of medications, I understand it's really important because Anvisa does not walk by itself. We need the head on each product's area. We understand this will be really important, the creation of this technical chamber. And we are the first steps of the process. It will take a while, but I think it will help a lot the area, the sector, and will strengthen and will share the decisions made on every product, mainly right now in this field of innovation products. So it's hard for Anvisa to follow all the technology advances. So it's more than ever, it's important to have experts from many areas, products, working and manufacturing these products so we can understand how to make faster the analysis of innovative products. What else have we done in this area? We've been working in the last months. We got a high quantity of notification alteration. So around 1,500 alterations of notification waiting for analysis. We've been trying to work towards that. There's with a tool like GGPath, where the companies with a higher amount of notifications approved without requirement, not which are granted, they would put in priority and they would be assessed faster, different from the ones that present the majority of petitions denied or with a lot of requirements. Another two, we made a request, a formal request for information area. JGCIP from Anvisa is a framing of medical device. It's a tool for framing medical devices because we see a high number of requests for information on the framing of products. And we see a big number of notifications, petitions with the incorrect framing. Then there's risk to class notification are routed and it delays our analysis. We need procedural assessment. Sometimes we need to collect the inspection area. And we've been trying to work on that, trying to develop this product framing tool. So moving forward in this scenario, what we have right now, notification petitions waiting for analysis. Early this month, in general, notification has a legal deadline of 30 days, and we've tried not past this time period. So early in the month, we had 7 petitions of material notification waiting for analysis, 146 six IVD petitions, 131 of equipment, and 9 software. In the line for register, we have 1,080 petitions, and most of them are from materials area, 867 waiting for analysis, 87 waiting analysis for IVD product register, 123 equipment, and 3 waiting for software analysis. Regarding um, approval in clinical survey, we have 3. What is the time, the average time we take for that? According to the system, we are able to find out that for materials sector, for notification, we take around 6 days, not mentioning publication. This is analysis. IVD 39 days, and equipment and software 19 days for notification. But for register, the average is 250 days, around 9 months for materials. Same time period, 9 days for orthopedic implants, 3 to 4 months for IVD. It depends on the answer we'll get, the response time from INCQS. And equipment and software around 30 to 60 days. To foster the clinical research in Brazil, in 2023, we had a request for proposal about a pilot projects to see how the market would react, with the goal of providing regulatory support for innovative products, supporting and speeding up the development of medical devices, and encourage the national development of medical innovative devices. According to the pilot project, we received 107 projects for assessment. Out of them, 25 were considered like innovative technology, where it was established that they would only be considered if there's no therapeutic or diagnosis alternative, considered the ones already approved by ANVISA. And out of the 25 elected for innovation, we selected 10 projects. Out of them, 7 are under development, and they are frequently followed by CP Pro, the clinical research area from ANVISA. And a reminder here, we are waiting for the publication of the Technical Chamber of Medical Devices and Medications for clinical research, CATEPAC. We are waiting for publication, but we're glad due to the advance of this technical chamber for discussing clinical research with innovative products. Talking about the use of analysis from regulatory authorities, the reliance, remember, the subject reliance started some years ago. So it started with MDSAP, with the inspections for sharing inspection reports at MDSAP, because in the inspection area, it took around 3 to 4 years. So it was important to start this regulatory reliance from inspection and the sharing inspection reports. When did it started, Thiago, MDSAT? 2018, it effectively started the sharing, accepting inspection reports from other other bodies, not only authorities in the program. And from that, we discussed a lot in international forums, mainly IDMRF, on the possibility of using register already approved by other jurisdictions, other areas. This is a standard from WHO. It incentives this reliance proposals so human resources and budget resources can be used not only from industries but also regulatory authorities. When we are part of international forums, most of the authorities, the international regulatory authorities, they also say about the report of having human resources, of enabling their collaborators on the technologies, the struggle to follow the technological advances in regulatory authorities. And from these discussions in 2022, the Collegiate Board of ANVISA authorized internally discuss the criteria to start working with reliance. Accepting this beyond the inspection reports, the register authorized by other regulatory authorities. And from that 2024, it was published the normative instruction 290, where established the criteria for accepting registers from other regulatory agencies. The standard started from June 2024, and there and it was provided that only class 3 and 4 classes of medical devices were accepted for reliance, and the product should be identical to the one you would like to register in Brazil. It's at the use indication for the product. It has to have the same indication registered in the original country, and it should be the same manufacturer, so there's no product alteration. Also, as a criterion, the label and use instructions should be in Portuguese. Medical devices subjected to compulsory certification in Brazil, we have Inmetro and NCQS should be presented. The certification must be presented, and at any time, ANVISA can, even after reliance auditing, ANVISA can request any type of a clarification or decide on full assessment for being adhered to reliance. At that point, and so far, the countries we decided that will be part of Reliance are the same founders of MDSAP. TGA from Australia, Health Canada, in Japan, and also United States. The data, I have to read. So regarding Reliance petition, we had 382 petitions. Most of them were granted, 44% were analyzed and granted, 43% are still waiting for analysis. We had 7% in requirement and 3%. I cannot see. They are waiting for information or the company gave up. The higher amount of petitions we received were from the sanitary authority from US, 63.11%, followed by Australia, 18.85%, then Canada and Japan, a small amount, 3.28%. The products that receive the majority of requests for auditing are orthopedical implant. 44.65% of petitions by Reliance are for orthopedical implant products. 41.78% are materials for being used in health area. 8.62% equipment, and in vitro use diagnosis 4.96%. Out of 384 petitions, 169 were approved. The majority of them were approved, 32% were not approved yet, and 6.99% were audited, but no conclusion yet. The reasons for denying the added of reliance, we have complementary documentation. It was incomplete or not satisfactory. The necessary documents were not presented. We had a TGA case, but it was early in the process. The company requested reliance addition for this product, and this product has already been audited by Reliance in Australia. It has to be fully assessed by the Sanitary Authority of Register. The use indication attributed to this device is different from the one the company requested in Brazil, is different from the one approved in the international regulatory authority. We also had 7 cases where the addition were not possible to establish the correlation of the product requested in Brazil and the one registered by the regulatory agency internationally. We had few cases where the analysis, when the company made a petition for addition of analyzing by Reliance, the technician has already started the analysis of the process in a full way. So in this case, it cannot be accepted in this situation. It has to be added before starting the analysis of the process. And we have the configuration of the device non-compatible or in disagreement with the Brazilian regulation. In summary, we had 382 requests for addition for assessment through abbreviated analysis of reliance. 184 analyses were already concluded, and out of them, 169 were approved. What we can see is the amount of optimized analysis petition regarding the line of products waiting for register. It's 15.56% out of the total received. We were not able to do the comparison of all the products registers eligible to Reliance because ANVISA system does not allow this. We can only identify if the product is eligible or not after processes analysis. We're not able to do the comparison if 50% of petitions were eligible and only 15 or 20% were requested via Reliance. We are waiting for this to be included in ANVISA system so we can do this assessment. Or, as we said in a previous event, the associations, if you can help us with this information, it could be something to improve for both sides. I don't know if you were aware, but last month, COFEPRIS acknowledged ANVISA as regulatory agency for using reliance mechanism. So Mexico is going to accept the registers granted by ANVISA for health products, and will also accept good manufacturing practices certification. The guidelines are published in the official publication of Mexico and the official gazette. It's at ANVISA's website, and you have the link where you can check the criteria for document routing and register in Mexico. And what was agreed was the register requests in Mexico through this shortcut through Reliance would be analyzed in up to 30 days for medical devices and 45 days for medication. I thank you for your attention, and we are available for questions at the end of this section. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Karen. Please take a seat together with Dr. Sergio and Tiago and Dr. Fotini. So we can begin our Q&A session, take questions from the audience. Remembering that we have almost 500 people with us online for the first day of our meeting. I think there's a microphone in the room, so if you have any questions, just raise your hand and a microphone, will be taken to you. Our speakers are available. I just wanted to reinforce the sports metaphor. So if the goalkeeper is holding the ball, the referee will count to 8. If the ball doesn't return to the field, the penalty will be applied. So we'll follow that same criterion for questions. Please be brief, be very straightforward. Otherwise, we don't have time for taking more questions and we can delay our event. So remembering, a question is just a sentence with a question mark in the end. And please remember to introduce yourself before you ask your question. Please. Good morning. My name is Nelson. I work as a consultant for regulatory affairs with a focus on medical devices. My question is to Dr. Karen. First, congratulations on the presentation. Regarding the Reliance program, whenever there is a misalignment or a possible misalignment on the regulatory classification, does ANVISA or other members have an internal consultation mechanism to be used? Hello? Do you mean consultation between regulatory authorities? It is a possibility. There is a possibility for that to happen, but we still haven't formalized a procedure for that. What is currently done is the rule for 7501 and 830. Dr. Karen. Nelson, I'm sorry, just a spoiler. We will be participating on the next IMDRF meeting in September. And one of the topics on the panels that I will be covering is risk classification, differences in risk classification, and the impact in international manufacturers. So we will probably discuss that, but we still don't have an answer for that. Dr. Karen? Ian Marcus in the back here. Congratulations on your presentation and congratulations to all the speakers. I have a question about the Reliance program and congratulations to ANVISA for being recognized by COFEPRIS. They are making an attempt to get to 30 days, right? So my question is, did you do any study once for the analysis time frame, and how much was that reduced compared to the deadlines for other petitions? I'm sorry, do you mean for Reliance? Yes, the 180 days for Reliance. How much faster was to get the analysis? We still cannot understand that because we would need more information in the ANVISA system to do so. What we can see is that at the end of the queue, because it's not a separate queue, so all the requests for addition of documentation that are part of the Reliance program, they are in the same queue. Because we only had 15% out of the total petitions, and because again, I don't know if 15% is okay, because all that were eligible requested via Reliance. So we still cannot do that assessment. And the queue is still quite long. Thank you. I have a question to Sergio. Just a question, I promise. It's to Dr. Tiago, actually. You mentioned software as a medical device, and you also mentioned AI briefly. And today I see many analysis softwares that have AI embedded. How do you see this match? Does it have a greater risk classification because of that? So how do you see the registration of a software as a medical device with AI embedded for diagnosis, for example? Well, I think this is a question for the registration department. But at IMDRF, we have two separate discussions. One focusing on software as medical devices, and a second discussion on AI for general use, both for use in medical devices, companies, and regulatory authorities. So at the IMDRF, we have two separate discussions, but I don't know if Karen wants to add anything when it comes to registration. It depends on the functionality of the product or the purpose of the product. For example, for imaging tests results, whenever AI is used to assist in analyzing the images, it will depend on the functionality. What is the result that's being generated for the HCP? Is it a disease that will have an impact? I mean, what is the level of complexity and severity of the result? So it depends. We still do not have a rule. It depends on the application of the software. And it depends on what AI will do. Is AI giving the report, the diagnosis? What are you going to do with that information? That is also important. So depending on the use, it will get a different risk classification. Hi, Karen. I just wanted to reinforce that we reinforce the message to our members that a submission using the Reliance program is exactly the same. But I have a question for Fatini. We see that a health technology assessment is mostly done for drugs. Therapeutic alternatives was pretty much just for drugs, but today we have more therapeutic alternatives. What is missing? Is the industry the one to promote this? How can we grow the number of HTAs and submissions, both for medical devices as well as for IVD, for example? IVD is irrelevant, right? Right now. Just to piggyback on her question, the patient's experience. How can medical devices benefit from the change you presented at Conitec with this more careful look at the patient's experience and real-world data? I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Josely, he's Carlos, and we're both from CBDL. Thank you so much for your questions. You are great partners in the work of HTAs in Brazil. Well, the growth of medical devices is mostly driven by the Ministry of Health. So, and actually, most of the demand actually comes from IVDs because it's very difficult and almost unimaginable to update a clinical protocol or therapeutical guidelines without including diagnosis. So most likely they will need to review diagnosis, whether it's triage or screening or diagnosis. And then the clinical monitoring. For example, a patient that is taking a certain drug, we need to monitor that. And diagnosis comes back. So we have this growing trend that is connected to the increase of PCDTs. If you look at the time frame where the Ministry of Health started doing more clinical protocols, you see the same growth with IVDs because it usually involves more than one type of technology, especially in the big programs we have. But I think that we still need to improve the communication regarding the dossier and how we can do perhaps preliminary meetings to generate that improvement. Because on the industry side, they will go through the big effort of writing a dossier, and that's not even going to be read due to no compliance. So how can we avoid that waste? Because it's not beneficial for everyone. So having an early communication before the submission, asking for a previous meeting for alignment, not only with the areas responsible for that at Conitech, but also for the areas that will work at the end of the process. So they understand the demand. So this communication with the owner of the technology, with the area that will conclude the process. So we do need these opportunities to foster more engagement and alignment, not only to grow the number of demands, but also to grow the number of compliant demands. In my opinion, it's much about the relationship between the requester, the Ministry of Health, but also those doing the clinical analysis of the dossier. So we need a ecosystem-wide alignment here. Regarding the evidence, we had previous experiences listening to patients, sometimes through indirect participation in public consultations. I remember one quite vividly. It wasn't diagnosis, it was for insulin, but the patient said that the outcome that was being assessed was on A1C levels. Yes, A1C levels. And for the patient, what they needed to monitor or what made sense for their life was their hypoglycemia levels. Night hypoglycemia was a much more important outcome for them than their A1C levels. And we only heard that in the public consultation, in the advocacy groups. For rare disease, for oncology disease, for diabetes, we have a lot of advocacy groups. And that's why this contribution is so valuable. Because if you look at the literature, the outcome that is being analyzed is not the most relevant outcome for patients. So we used to get that information during public consultations. Several people would write down their testimonies and eventually we would hear what they had to say. But now, with the inclusion of patients, we can clarify many doubts we had. For example, they try to do physical therapy or not, their pathway until diagnosis. This is data we cannot find. So hearing from the patient, we still don't have a study determining the impact of that participation in the decision because it is more difficult to analyze that impact. But hearing from patient is hearing the real world. It's perhaps seeing a reality that is invisible. The reality is out there and we just cannot see it. So hearing the patient's voice and hearing the voice of HCPs. I remember another demand, there was a lot of recurrence of a certain type of tumor we were assessing. And we would find in the literature some evidence that was maybe connected to the technology when compared to others. And the expert, for 10 years, she had been working with patients in that condition, and she said, no, it's about how aggressive the tumor is or the clinical condition of the patient. It was not connected to the technology. Because again, the performance of the technology is very context dependent. So an HCP or the experts that participate in the process have been contributing a lot. We have published papers on that. I think Vanya, in our next webinar on Friday, will be presenting all the progress that we had. One of them being having a broader social participation, both with patients and experts. We still don't have a lot of real-world studies published. I mean, we have the data, but until the data becomes a study and it's actually published, it's a long way to go. But that would be ideal for us. Because again, one thing is when things are for real, understanding the technology and its impact in people's lives is definitely essential for the process. All right. I just want to clarify to the audience here with us and those watching us online that this meeting is being recorded and The videos and the decks will be available on our website, at the ABRAIDI website, for a couple of days after the end of our event. We have received a question online, a question for Tiago, but probably Dr. Karen can participate. I would like to answer this, but I'll pass along to them. So Fernanda Pessoa de Sales asks, I would like to know, once approved, when the technical committee is approved, how can I become an expert in the process? How can I participate in the process as an expert? Well, I said the question was for Tiago, but I would just like to add that just like the participation of the industry, it can be made possible at ANVISA inside what is called a technical group. Katia mentioned one of these technical groups, and I believe we should have a technical group for the whole of ANVISA, considering the possibility of contributing in assessments, whether we are discussing structure or good regulatory practices, among others. So in that sense, I would like to first ask Tiago to answer the question, and after that, about the GGTPS technical group, I think Dr. Karen can give us an answer. First of all, thank you for your question. In my presentation, I showed that this synergy between the regulatory authorities and the industry is very important. Karen mentioned that there is a plan of having an ANVISA-wide technical group. We work quite close together, Karen and I. And I think possibly another managing officer will be included. But during the creation of this technical group, of course, we need to define scope and activities. And I believe that in this technical group, we could also include activities associated to IMDRF, GGTPS, and other groups so we can see the advancements in the partnerships. Fernanda, I just wanted to clarify one thing. The industry's participation is a possibility. It exists, and we do that because we follow good regulatory practices. So we have a regulatory agenda, we have the participation of society, and when we're doing any type of review or whenever we're establishing new rules for every type of product, and not only at GGTPS, but at the other areas at ANVISA as well, there is a process of good regulatory practices, which includes the social participation in many shapes. So that's one thing. Now, regarding this technical group that I mentioned before, the rules will be established in the official document that, or the document that officializes the creation of the group. It will be open for anyone who wants to participate, and of course, representatives that comply with the criteria will be accepted. Now, the composition of the technical group and all the procedure will follow the same procedures that was already used for the technical group for medication, or the technical group for clinical research, for drugs and medical devices, and other technical groups we have. So we're basically going to follow the same model that has already been used and is working quite fine. We're going to do the same thing for medical devices now, because we understand that it is necessary to have this openness. So the different areas talked inside ANVISA registration and audit, and now we see that it's also necessary to have the participation of more people. For example, in order to define the risk classification, because it might be different from country to country, so the company is going to develop a documentation that needs to be different, because the idea is to have a harmonized understanding and work together here. So the idea and behind establishing this ANVISA-wide technical group is to work in partnership. So rest assured that we want to hear from everyone, but of course we need to do that in an organized fashion that allows us to include the majority of stakeholders. So you just need to wait for that to be published.
Would just add on what Carrie said about technical chamber. Today at Anvisa, we have been struggling a lot with the product framing issue. I say that in the inspection point of view. We've been working hard. It was increased in the last years, the inspection in manufacturers, suppliers, and clinics regarding aesthetic products. In this field, we have many products in the limbo because Anvisa has a culture. If it's not a medication or cosmetic, you throw it to health product, but many times it's not. So today there's a big demand by injectable cosmetic products, but it doesn't exist. The definition of cosmetic is for external use. So injectable are going to health products. So the technical chamber is here for solve this issue and many others we've been facing. Just to add, there is already externally, we'll have the participation of technical chamber. Internally, we have already coordination when GGTPS discuss with GGMed if the product is framed as medication or a medical device. We have a sector taking care of this discussion when internal areas technically are not reaching an agreement or they understand it's not applied to the sector's specific resolution. So what we're bringing, adding on that is about product specificity when there's a divergence or when there's clarification needed. The industry understand that such requests or criteria are not necessary. Anvisa understand that you need to include requirements. In this sense, we would like to work in collaboration, complementing the information that we know as regulator and from the part of the users, health professionals, the ones that are using the product. What we're going to do is open the information and work in partnership with all the stakeholders. Good morning. I represent Soltera Digital Health from United States. We are now in a position of certification at Anvisa, but our device is working under a Wi-Fi circuit, and we have to be under Anatel certification as well. And because it has a battery, we also had to go through eMetro certification. But for getting the certification, for performing the certification on Visa, although we have FEA, CE, we need to initially pass through Anatel, initially speaking. What happens with many technologies, many advanced ones? They are not aware on these technologies in other areas. I haven't heard from you, Anatal, but it could include this product. The name of our company is Saving Lives. So continuous monitoring is a novelty, something new, and we would really like to know at which point Anvisa could influence this or other institutions so they could work in a more structured or organized way. Thank you. When I told you about even when we accept and assess the products through reliance mechanism, I told you that it should be the certification, mandatory certification should be observed and verified in Metro, Anatel, and NCQS. So there are some meetings in the specific areas, GQIP, Management of Equipment and Health Products, where they talk about the themes related to eMetro and Anatel certification. So there is an interaction. All the area with these other institutions. In case there is any question to be clarified, what we have currently is participation of associations taking these questions, what needs to be improved. They take this to this group's discussion where they work on this problem. So currently we have this kind of discussion. I would like to make a question to Fotini. What is the assessment the ATS community makes with regards taking into account ANVISA, ANS, and CONITEC, the creation or not of an agency focused in technology, specifically like NICE in United Kingdom and other possible ones? This is something polemical. There are some studies talking about the single agency. How can we create that, unifying processes, preventing redundancies, shortcuts? There's a proposal, there's some studies about a single agency. There are some pros on having that, having this alignment, use, preventing redundancy, because many studies from CONITEC or CONITEC member do with ANS in different economic perspective, but the assessment and scientific evidences, it's what is going to be in the literature, sometimes the economic assessment. In fact, the perspective that the razor changes in the economic perspective. So in Brazil, we have that, but there are on the other hand, controversies. If it's a single agency with an autonomy, so the ministry will be the implementator. So when these agents could be feasible, independent regarding the leading role of the ministry, the necessity of the engagement of Ministry of Health, thinking about how feasible it is to be implemented. So there are pros, but many people are showing fragilities in this unification. We have examples abroad, European Union mainly, with a collaborative network. We have rebratis here, but back there is different because it would be for the countries inside the European Union. So there is a discussion because human resources as the ones from ANVISA are scarce, and time also, the ones that work with health, time is really important, not only for human resources, but the time you waste for doing that thing, implement everything. When you're talking about patients, another international experience have shown unification of a part of them, and sometimes they start doing it little by little in a progressive way. The biggest challenge is advanced therapy, high cost medication, implantable technologies with neural cardio risk level. They kind of put priorities first. But it's vital to be able to have this collaboration in all the instances, and it is hard because it's a fragmented process. It cannot be de-articulated, so the fragmentation of instances are necessary inside the Ministry of Health, the ones assessing, the ones implementing. This is in a decentralized system like ours, it is interactive. What we cannot be is de-articulated. We need to know how to articulate things even though we know the process is fragmented. Perfect. There's a question here. I imagine Karen is able to answer. From Isabel Vilela, from In Vitro. How reliance assessment will be made of products approved by FDA with different biocompatibility assessment criteria, because FDA has not accepted an update of ISO 1093-1 standard to be published soon. the international standard will be enforced, and FDA will approve or not products based on this standard. How is a reliance at ANVISA having this in mind? Currently, the criterion is we started talking about this with WHO proposition about reliance, and to use reliance, what we assume is you have IMDRF standards implemented in your country. It's not only the criteria established for class risk classification, the way they have to be presented for clinical assessment, technical dossier, and among the documents, there is the use of the same rules for quality. The technical criteria should be performed by countries. We have not assessed yet. It was not implemented. The standard was not implemented yet, so this demand has not reached the ANVISA yet. When it's published, probably we'll discuss that on how we're going to do in this kind of process. It's kind of complicated because if every country choose if they're going to apply or not a standard, probably we'll have complications and the reliance mechanism can be damaged. So everybody needs to use the same quality rules, standards, technical requirements, same requirements for approval of products. So we are sure the product approved by FDA is the same product with the same quality criteria to be approved in Brazil. This is something to discuss about. A question made by Kelly from Curitiba, similar about approval reliance, but she's talking about family of products and different criteria at FDA. It would be applicable to present a single certification of FDA supporting many register processes, taking into account the differences of classification in one family or more. In the last meeting we had, I proposed Sergio to open to discussion about this theme because we understand it was established some years ago, the facilitation of register, and we have not thought about reliance situation. Maybe now we need to review that because the standard, when establishes the criteria for family grouping systems to make easier the register at ANVISA is different from the criteria from other agencies. At FDA, they don't have difficulties in human resources. Only in medical devices is 2,600 employees. It's bigger than ANVISA as a whole. So it's hard to follow up the same work process. So currently we work with this criterion of grouping for making easier the technicians' work. And since reliance is new, 1 year, these things are coming up along the path. So we need to discuss them to check out, to find the best way to deal with that. So currently we don't have. You need to enter according to ANVISA's rule. Visa standards. So if we're going to change that, this is for the future. But now you need to present according to NDC 581 and RDC. There's a collaborator here, a remote one, telling that more than one certification of the FDA can be presented for more than one family, more than one certification. So the register can be obtained using more than one certification. There's this issue. But regarding these works at Braille, we have many working groups to discuss pending matters at ANVISA. One of them is the manuals. ANVISA has just reviewed materials manual, equipment manual. We'll have implants manual. ANVISA has just finished the revision and made available for us at ABRAIDI, and we built groups, working groups to analyze that. It's a big amount of reflection to be made. In the weeks before the events, we were dealing with the event and we didn't deal with that. We have another group to talk about syringe certification. Think about syringes as product kits components, not the sale of syringes in big amounts. So we have also this working group. This is a big homework to be made. And in fact, Karen has brought up the need of reviewing families. So I call the companies and the regulators, the regulated sector, in fact, to think about this matter that is a kind of complex one, to establish a review on that. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Clariana Gomes from Link. I don't want to repeat everything that was said because this question is always coming up again. But maybe there's an update yesterday, and maybe we'll have something new to talk about. What happens is we would like to understand the obstacle to inclusion of European Union as acknowledged regulatory authority for reliance, because we believe with this now with this equality with MDR, it's similar to what ANVISA needs for register. We could adhere more. Although we as company, we are always working on that, but maybe with the acknowledged register at European Union, the number of companies that are putting reliance could be higher. Why European Union is not in? Because at first the idea would be working with regulatory agencies that we relied on, that we had partnerships in works, that we've been talking for a while. We had that regulatory reliance, let's say. And European Union is complicated because they're not understood among them. If you talk about European Union, it's a block of 27 countries. They are not, they have not made a decision among them. So there's no way to accept the block, maybe a country or another inside this block. You can think about that. But when you talk the block of the European Union, they have not implemented all the MDRF standards, the entire block. So we can't accept that. We just start to make discussions with European Union when all the European Union countries have implemented IMDRF standards, as it happens with all of the ones participating currently. I would like to add on that. At MDSAP, we talk about the entry of European Union, and we always see many obstacles because everything in European Union walks really slow. 27 countries, they are actively participation at MDSAP meetings as observers, and they say, we envy you because things are decided so fast, and there, everything takes a while. How many times MDR implementation was postponed back there? We know things are slow there. Notifying bodies struggle to renew the acknowledgement. So it's not a simple issue. It's not a simple matter.
We have received a question online. They didn't mention their name, and I'll read it. Regarding the correct classification of products to reduce refusals, can we consider that liquid products that are used after microneedling processes could be classified as risk class 2? Again, just for aesthetic use here. Personally, if it's an aesthetic product, it's not a medical product, but I think the question is not for me, it's for Karen. I have a similar question, if I may, and I'd like Tiago and Karen to answer it. You talked about frontier or innovative products, especially injectable cosmetics. That's exactly what the question is about. And my question is, until the technical group for medical devices is formed, is there a possibility to discuss a regulatory sandboxing to use this classification or the possibility of using it, considering that this is a topic that's part of the 26-27 regulatory agenda? With that, we could perhaps discuss different mechanisms and accelerate the process, because today we have a very strong cosmetic industry. These products are not only present in Brazil, they are sold worldwide, South Korea, China, the European Union. They have huge manufacturing plants, and it is a need from the population, but we still lack the regulation to ensure safety. So my question is, do you think a sandboxing process would work? I think I can bring this case to be discussed at ANVISA. I can propose this discussion. Today, we are treating this on a case-by-case basis because I have one example of a case that we dealt with in the past, which is connected to tattoos ink, which is a product that in some countries are considered to be a cosmetic product, and here in Brazil, it is treated as a medical device. So many times we do inspections in other countries in manufacturers of tattoo ink, and we see that they do not comply with GMP practices. So framing them as cosmetics, sometimes they are minimally invasive products, is quite tricky because sometimes they have a relatively low risk to be framed as class 4, but also too much of a high risk to be framed as a cosmetic. So we're treating this on a case-by-case basis. The idea that you just gave us on the sandboxing can definitely be taken to be discussed at ANVISA, but this is a very hot topic right now. And for now, we're treating them on a case-by-case basis. Yeah, and it needs to be part of the regulatory agenda because it requires a lot of work. There are many products. We need to look at the consequences, who's going to participate. I'm not going to even say the name of the products, but we have several aesthetic products that are framed as class 2, but at the same time, they do pose some risks. So it is a very complex topic that needs to be part of the regulatory agenda because it will require a lot of technical effort. And again, we work based on the priorities that are established by the collegiate director and also from demands coming from society. So it will require a major effort to cover this, and we would need to organize this quite nicely. Good morning, everyone. Luis Eduardo from Abimo. First, I would like to congratulate you on the event. And Sergio is quite representative, the fact that you're sitting next to Karen. You are the first general manager at GGTPS, and Karen is the current manager. More than 25 years of history here. But I basically am just trying to say that it is all your fault. All jokes aside, Tiago, I have a question for you, and I actually have two questions maybe. In Brazil, when we have a class 3 or class 4 risk with mandatory certification, international companies and national ones, they have inspections that are done on OCP and ANVISA. And from the in metro perspective, the agency has the final decision because it is the agency's role. But for the regulated sector, that represents a double cost because you are paying to be inspected twice or maybe three if the industry is also paying for MDSAP. The report is not accepted, as you mentioned in your slide. So we still need to be inspected by ANVISA and by OCP. So I have two questions for you. First, how do you, as a manager, and again, maybe next week we're going to have the 3 new directors already in office. How do you see this? Isn't it about time to have a reliance project between ANVISA and INMETRO, which is the National Institute of Metrology and Standardization in Brazil? So why not perhaps just doing essays and tests and allow for the good practice inspection to be done only by ANVISA? And perhaps my second question is, as an active member on MDSAP, how is that done in other countries? For example, when there is a need from the local authority to certify the manufacturing plant, and when there is a similar need of getting a certification on the metrology component. Well, this is a very pertinent question. When it comes to the communication between INMETRO and ANVISA, what I can say is that we have a very close relationship between both bodies that has only been growing, and we're actually encouraging INMETRO to use our outputs, our reports, both from ANVISA and MDSAP. And I've heard some reports when INMETRO reduced the scope of their inspections because some items of the ISO standard are assessed both by INMETRO and ANVISA and even MDSAP. So these shared items, we have seen cases when INMETRO is reducing the scope of their inspections and using either MDSAP or ANVISA reports for those items, and then they focus their inspections on other criteria that are more specific to them, like safety or the electric components. We have done some work in that, but it definitely can be improved. It is a valid request. These are different entities, but there is a very close communication between us, and we are starting to work even closer together. Because again, today we talked a lot about saving resources, and that would definitely help us with that. Now, in other countries, they face the same challenge. That's what we hear in the MDSAP forum. This is a very common issue that is raised. Now, the MDSAP audit process is already quite long and includes requirements from 5 different countries. So it's out of the question to add INMETRO requirements inside MDSAP. So we need to use MDSAP as it is, and we share the results with INMETRO, just like the other countries, in an attempt to reduce the metrology inspections. A recent study by the National Industry Confederation in Brazil mentioned that depending on the company, in medical devices, we can get on average of 6% of their revenue just to pay for the regulatory cost. That's what we mean when we say the Brazil cost. And at such critical times, it is important for the whole government to rethink this burden. Because in order to keep all the annual inspections taking place, the local surveillance authorities, the federal authorities, it is a very high cost to be accounted for. I fully agree, and both myself and the colleagues who are leading the ANVISA today, we are working with that goal in mind. I think you were able to see that earlier on, we went from 2 to 4 years on the term of the MDSAF certification. which was a major gain for the sector despite the revenue losses at ANVISA. Now we are reviewing the GMP codes for medical devices, materials, and IVDs. We're going to have a single code. So some companies, they used to need 2 certifications. Now they need just 1. So we are working to decrease this cost as well. So rest assured we are aligned when it comes to that. So just to end our Q&A session, we will end with a question from Deborah. I'm sure she's going to be brilliant. And please make it quick. Good morning, maybe good afternoon, not sure anymore. I'm Deborah from Boston Scientific. I apologize for sounding repetitive and going back to a previous question. You mentioned the connection between reliance and the MDSAP countries. Now, even though MDSAP covers good manufacturing processes and quality system, and for MDSAP, we're talking about registration requirements. So my question to Karen is, if we can perform matching on the requirements from the table of contents from MDRF with the requirements from the technical dossier, do you think that will help us support the entrance of Europe? Because there is a time of adaptation and some products are still on MDD. So we would perhaps leave MDD behind and focus on IMDR and do a gap analysis and do the matching of the information. We perhaps present that to you in an attempt to try to include EMDR, not Europe, MDR on the Reliance program. I think it is possible. We can start a discussion, definitely, because we are working based on standards that were implemented in the same way. So if it is possible to prove that the regulatory authorities are following the same criteria for the registration process, then it's fine, because that's the idea. If you use the same rules, or follow the same rules, and I trust you, of course it's possible. Now, even though it's different, MDSAP is for inspection and Reliance is for the registration of medical devices, this happens because at the time, the relationship that we had or the regulatory trust in the working process was quite close with MDSAP. Now, after 1 year, I think we should perhaps reassess that. Something that we have already been doing. We're trying to understand, is it working? Is it not working? Is the queue getting shorter or not? How can we improve or expand this? And what else can we do in terms of collaboration with other authorities? We organize several meetings and discussions. For example, we're going to have a discussion with Malaysia, after that South Africa. We went to the BRICS meeting. So we are discussing cooperation between regulatory authorities. Yes, I'm not allowed to speak anymore. So just to wrap this up in a straightforward way, yes, it is possible to start a discussion like the one you proposed. And what we have been doing with these agencies, we started discussions to accept the Reliance program. So other authorities accept the ANVISA registrations. We started those discussions with the UK and Australia. And we started that by presenting an overview of the regulatory authorities, and every department presents how they assess the documentation sent by the industries. And Visa does that, the other regulatory authority does that, so that's the stage we're in now. And we would do the same thing, the same procedure. Which country or whatever regulatory authority that wants to start the discussion, and we start by showing how we do it here in Brazil, and they share how they use the registration rules in their country. All right. I want to thank you for, thank the speakers for their presentations. We apologize, his microphone is failing. Fatini, in here in São Paulo, she travels all over Brazil doing presentations like this. So thank you so much to our speakers. Thank you for your brilliant presentations. And thank you for watching. And Karen, I will thank her at the end of the event only because Karen and her team were amazing in organizing all this. Thank you to our audience. Thank you to everyone watching us online. And we will be back after lunch. We have some housekeeping messages for you, so don't leave the room. And thank you so much. Of course, we need an official picture for with our morning speakers. So please stay on stage. So we are breaking for lunch. And for everyone who is watching us online, we will come back at 2 p.m. with 8 seconds of tolerance. Thank you so much.
Muito boa tarde.
Good afternoon. We are once again live from the 5th seminar of medical devices organized by ABRAIDI and ANVISA. For those of us who are watching us here in the auditorium and also online via Zoom. We have an important message about simultaneous interpretation. We do have the service available. So if you wish to follow the presentations in Portuguese, you go to channel 2, channel 4 for English, and channel 6 is for following the presentations in Spanish. So without further ado, the topic of the next panel will be on technology and innovation in orthopedic implants coating. To moderate the discussion, I would like to call Katia Shimabukuro, who is the coordinator of the GGTPS Department for Orthopedic Implants. And our guest will be Dr. Helmut Link, Global CEO of D-Link from Germany.
Please, welcome. Antes de começar, uma orientação com relação.
Before we start, just a quick reminder to our speakers. You don't need to turn on and off our microphones. They will be constantly on. Okay, so you don't need to worry about the mic. Just be mindful. Don't hold the microphone on the antenna on the bottom of the microphone. Now the floor is to the moderator. Good afternoon, everyone. I am very happy to be here today. Once again, very happy to be here. My name is Katia. I currently work in the coordinated office for implantable materials in orthopedics at ANVISA, Brazil. And it is a pleasure to be here and in moderating the next discussion. This was a gift for me to be on stage discussing a topic which was actually the topic of my master's dissertation. And it's a pleasure to welcome you, Dr. Link. Thank you so much for coming. And we are very happy to welcome you in Brazil. You have so much experience in the field and so much willingness and excitement to come all the way from Germany to Brazil to share your knowledge with us. So thank you so much for that again.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm very happy that ABRAIDI and ANVISA invited me because I love to come to Brazil. It's a wonderful landscape, it's wonderful people, it's great food, it's excellent music, but I have to stop now, otherwise I can, otherwise the tax people will say this is not a business trip, Mr. Link. No, thank you very much. I'm always happy to come here to you nice people and tell you a little bit of about my experience here. Shall I go? Okay. Okay, today my experience on surfaces and coatings for orthopedic implants. As the implant surfaces interact with the environment in the body, success or failure in clinical settings is ultimately dependent upon the host response following in vivo implant placement. Consequently, surface modifications such as structures or coatings have a strong influence on the osseointegration of the implant and its longevity. Surface structures. Macro, micro, what do we need for implants? We need both. One for primary fixation, mechanical, and the other for secondary, biological. If it's a cementless implant, we need it for implant anchorage. Numerous structures and coatings for biological fixation are available. Roughened titanium, cobalt chromium beaded surface, titanium mesh, plasma spray titanium, and hydroxyapatite coating, or in general, calcium phosphate coating. But which surface serves best? That's the question. And do rough surfaces structures meant for osseointegration provide mechanical fixation as well? Yes, they do. They are not only for osseointegration, they provide mechanical fixation. So I wanted to know which surface really serves best from the surfaces of osseointegration, the various osseointegrative surfaces. So I worked together with the university in Rostock, and we produced these cones and we coated them. A, uncoated, B, calcium phosphate coated, C, TiCap coated, and D, titan plasma spray coated, and then a double coating as well. And then we used, oh, does this work, this thing? I'm not quite sure. And then we used a plastic material, pressed the cones in, and then we pulled them out. And the force to pull them out gave us an indication which surface served best as a mechanical surface. The result, increased surface roughness of the coated specimens measured by RA or RZ. You know, roughness is measured by RA, RZ, and other parameters, did not result in a higher initial stability. This indicates that other factors besides the surface roughness may be relevant for initial implant stability of uncemented tips. So which factors? The answer? a couple slides later. So first, osseointegration. For osseointegration, we need pores. Is pore size the same as roughness? No, it is not. And it's interestingly, you often hear about roughness. This is very rough, very good for bone ingrowth. No. Roughness parameters of implant surfaces by itself do not provide a sufficient guide to judge the anchorage strength of bone. Just as an example, these 4 roughnesses have the same RA. So if somebody tells you this implant has RA whatever, it could be that and it could be that. And these 2 roughnesses are the same with all these parameters of roughness. So the roughness itself doesn't give you the indication. Secondary fixation depends on pore size and surface characteristics. The structure of optimal porosity, how big has the pore to be, was studied very early, 1980, by Bobbin, Pilya, and others, and it is still valid. They found out that the roughness has to be between 50 and 400 microns. That was the optimum for bone ingrowth. So the studies are still valid. At that time, between 15 and 400. Nowadays, we would say 400 could be more, could go up to 600, 800, but not below 50. If it's below 50, you get soft tissue structures and no bone. So here you see 2 surfaces. This is a Courant surface, aluminum oxide, that's used to blast stems or other surfaces of implants and make them rough on the left. On the right, TiCap, this is what we use. It's a double coating. It is plasma spray, and then we put a calcium phosphate on the plasma spray. Important are the X and Z values in these roughnesses. Come on. So in this table, you see what, or you can imagine what we mean. This is the Z value, the height, and this is the X value, the length. So the pore itself is like a mountain and a valley. And the valley is a pore, and the pore size, the maximum pore size comes from one mountain top to another mountain top. And here you see already the polished has almost no mountain. It's almost flat. The satin as well. The grit blasted has already a certain structure, and the plasma spray has a very high structure, and that fits in for bone fixation, for good bone ingrowth. And here we cut such a titanium part with the corundum blasted, and you see between this mountain and this mountain, or here between that mountain and that mountain, you have the various pore sizes. It can be measured when you take a certain piece out of an implant or a specimen, and then you put a dot on every mountain, and the mean distance between these mountain peaks, in this case, is 160 micron, and that's well in the study result from Bobbin, between 50 and 400. The porrolling, that's a technique for the surface modification. This is the aluminum oxide. There you see a stem, a revision stem, and that on the left side, on the lower side, it's the modified surface. How do we do it? That's a standard mechanic machine. It's a blasting box. The worker goes with gloved hands inside the box. He holds the implant, and on the right hand you see the blast nozzle, and with that the aluminum oxide is blasted on the surface. That's one method. But the more modern method is to use automatic clock beam system, which means it's also a chamber where you blast on the product, but this is done by a robot. The robot takes a part, goes into the chamber, and the blasting is more even. When it's done by a person, of course, it's a little bit different. It's not even. But when it's done by a machine, it's always the same. And here you see the hip cap, unmodified, and the modified hip cap. Now, automatic or manual, okay, manual is okay. This is a little bit exaggerating, but automatic is better. There's another reason why it's better. And now we come also to the point why we had the result in the pull-out test. The surfaces of corundum blasted implants, they keep corundum. You take from any manufacturer an implant and look under the microscope, and you will see corundum particles. You cannot get them out because they're blasted with high force into the surface. The white points here, that's corundum, aluminum oxide. With manual blasting, you get 20 to 25% corundum. With the automated, you get only 15 to 17. Now, when you ask what's better, I wouldn't say this is better because it's less, because on the contrary, I must say this is worse, but it is not. It is used for decades in this way, and we don't really know what the aluminum oxide does in the bone. So don't worry when you now hear, oh, on all these rough surfaces, there's aluminum oxide. It worked. It's proven. It's clinically proven. There's another thing what can be done when you have an implant which is very fine and not good for weight bearing, let's say a neck of a hip prosthesis or something, and it's thin and it's prone for fracture. You can do shot peening. Shot peening means that the surface is shot either with steel or with ceramic balls. And what does it do to the surface? It strengthens the surface. It refines the surface into fine grain. It hardens the surface, and it puts a tension on the surface. So with that shot peening, you can improve the strength of a very tiny implant, which is prone to fracture, by 30% or more. That's not only used in medicine, it's also used in airplane industries. And okay, what cells like and dislike? Let's look at the cells. The implant surface must be engineered in a manner that cells attach to it. The attachment of cells of the surrounding soft or bone tissue is governed by proteins which adhere. That's the golden rule. Another thing, no bone cell goes on an implant. You put an implant in the body, and if you don't get the proteins, nothing happens. The bone cell goes only on the proteins. And how do they grab onto the implant? There's an interaction between cells and adhesion proteins via heterodynamic reception in the cell membrane. It's a little bit complicated. I don't go into that. But you need the proteins, and the proteins, via the proteins, the bone cells attach to the implant. Here's a table which shows you everything which goes into your body, even if it's a splinter or something. Immediately, some of the proteins cover the foreign body with the proteins. And we have about 20,000 proteins in the body. And those ones are mostly fibronectin, vitronectin, and these are the ones which have been studied and where the bone cells attach to. Now, what love bone cells? What do they like? Why do they go on surfaces? Bone cells do realize if a surface is nano or micro rough, whereas a surface that features large particles is perceived as being smooth. Even if we look at it and think, oh, that's very rough, the bone cell sees only a tiny part of it and says, oh, that's smooth, I like it. And osteoblasts proliferate only if they can expand themselves from 30 microns up to 100 microns. So on the right hand, you see a smooth surface, osteoblasts like it. On the left hand, the micro rough, they don't like so much. And this was be studied, the osteoblast and the bacteria, the eukaryotes and the prokaryotes, because we wanted to know what's better for osteoblasts and what's worse for bacteria, because that's what we want to have. We want to have a nice... So this is polished for osteoblasts. This is satin. This is grit blasted or corundum blasted. And this is plasma sprayed. So it seems plasma sprayed was liked very much, and the polished was liked very much by the osteoblast. And if we now look at the bacteria, it's almost the opposite. The polished, they don't like. The satin, there, that's micro rough. That's what they like, the bacteria. The grit blasted, medium, and plasma spray they don't like because it's too smooth. So what we need is a compromise. We need a surface which has a good grip, but which is micro smooth. Beaded coatings, how well do they work? There was a paper. This is, I don't see the time when it was 2012, and somebody published this paper here where when these beads, this bead coatings was very popular, and he found out that there was a lot of bead loosening. So the beads, they are fixed to the surface of implants, and yeah, thank you. And they are, this is not the best surface to have. It was for a long time, but you found in the counterpart very often loose beads. So the plasma link modification, that is something which many of the manufacturers use now, and we as well. That is a plasma spray machine, and with great heat, 15,000 Kelvin is the plasma hot. The titanium powder or whatever it is, could also be hydroxyapatite, is blasted on the surface of the implant. And we use mainly, there are three standard surfaces, 90, 180, and 250, three different rough surfaces. And we use 180, for instance, in ankle joint, and we use 250, for instance, in hip in the acetabulum. Here you see cuts of these plasma spray, how it looks when you cut it. And again, the microstructure, 150-fold. You see that here the distance between the peaks is 189 microns as a mean. So it's well between the 50 and 400 of Bobbin's study. This is our machine. You see, it's a big machine because you need argon gas and you need nitrogen gas and you need the heat and you need a chamber there on the right side in order to plasma coat the implants. There's another picture. You see a lot of, on the right hand, you see a lot of hip caps. You can also, of course, you can coat stems and other implants, knees. A view inside during the coating looks like this, very hot, 16,000 Kelvin, that's about 16,000 centigrade. How do we value calcium phosphates? So the scientists very early, mainly from the dental field, they found that calcium phosphate accelerates the bone growth. So again, there's a golden rule. By coating an implant with calcium phosphate, it receives potential for biological exchange between bone and implant. The result reflects that calcium phosphate enables to build biological, chemical, and material-specific interconnection, provided the proper type of calcium phosphate was chosen. Very important. So this is a table of the calcium phosphate. Sometimes you read calcium phosphate, oh, that's hydroxyapatite. No. This is only, hydroxyapatite is only here, the yellow one. This is only one type of this whole table, and you discern it by calcium phosphate, by the calcium phosphate ratio. And hydroxyapatite has 1.67. And what we use is brushite. You see it upper there on the upper right-hand side, yellow. It has a calcium phosphate ratio of 1.1 or something like that. So the difference is that the brushite goes into a solution very quickly. And this is the way how it works. Here you have the implant on the left-hand side, and on the right, the bone. Now, the first thing is a decrease of the pH. Then there is a dissolution. That means that the calcium phosphate comes off the implant, partial dissolution. Next, calcium phosphate ions go into the environment. Then they exchange with the environment. That means they take up the before mentioned proteins, because up to now there's no proteins. Now the ions go in the environment, they go to the bone, they grab the proteins, and they reprecipitate. They go again on the implant, and that's how they act and how they bring the basis for bone attachment. Extracellular ions are incorporated in the implant surface. They form with collagen, then the matrix for new bone. Increased concentration of calcium and phosphate ions, so that's a mechanic which happens when you implant such an implant. So the link Ajax coating, that's the machines where we do it. It's electrochemical coating. Here you see on the left side, this is the basis. The implant which is to be coated with calcium phosphate has to be first corundum blasted. You need a rough surface. And then you put it in the machine and you coat it with calcium phosphate. And this is the important point here, what I said, that this ratio allows 86% of the coating to eluate, to go into the environment within 1 week. It is microcrystalline. It is not a solid monolithic type like hydroxyapatite that doesn't go into solution. And consequently, our HX coating features a high attachment strength to the substrate. The link tie-cap coating, that is plasma link plus HX. So this was an animal experiment. When I introduced 2003, I brought the Charité spine implant to the US, and they did these testing with baboons, and they found here on the left side of the picture, you found 50% of bone attachment. You can't get more. So 50% with our special coating here. And how does it look in micro? When you put plasma spray hydroxyapatite on a rough surface, you just cover it like you have a sandwich, and you put a slice of cheese over the sandwich. The pores are covered. But with our electrochemical coating, which is very thin, 15 microns, you leave the pores open. So the bone cells can grab and have a counterpart. Here you see in vitro how this could work after 7 hours, after 30 hours, and after 40 hours. How the hydroxyapatite works on an implant. This is an implant which we have very new, and we use this double coating technique. We use the plasma spray and the overcoat with hydroxyapatite. We call it the Allure, and it's similar to many new American hip stems, which are very popular now in the US, and Link has also something like this. So trabeculing, that's one of the other important things. It's a 3D structure combining great primary stability with excellent secondary fixation. It's to 72% porous, and the titanium is 6.4. It looks like this. On the left side, the plasma link, on the right side, trabecular bone. And what we found out, or what not we found out, but the university in Berlin, the Charité, they made a study, how do the protein, the fibrin, how do they dock into cells? And they found that the cell has to have corners. They shouldn't be round, and they should have not only little corners, they should have clear corners. And that's where the fibrin likes to anchor. Just like a spider, this is a picture from my garage where I have a spider net. Was not properly cleaned. I have to talk to my wife. Okay, and the spider goes in the corner, and that's the same thing with the fibrin. And the university in Berlin, the Charité, made a test how the fibrin fills such a trabeculing cell. And you see from the left to the right how the cell is filled with fibronectin. Yeah, and then we have in our cones, that's the next step to the cones. At the moment, the cones are used only on the left hand here. You see the titanium cones, they work wonderful, properly. But to increase the bone attachment, we can coat this also with calcium phosphate. And this is a test in animal, we tested this, and you can see bone mineralization and apposition starting already at day 9. When you use only titanium as a surface, it takes up to 1 month until bone starts to generate. But with this, with the HX, 9 days. So Porex and Biporex surfaces, that is used for patients which have allergy or hypersensitivity. They get kind of eczema on the skin, and then something has to be done. The implant has to be taken out. And if you know that a patient has an allergy, you should use these coated implants right away. Mostly, it's these ones on the right side, gold color, but it's titanium niobium nitride, very hard, 2,400 Vickers. Biolog ceramic with zirconium toughened has only 2,000. So it's very, very hard. And important is that it has our proprietary special polishing. When you buy this from somebody who doesn't know how to do it, then you might have the little very hard dots on the surface, and that is very dangerous. Then you have the wear increased. With our kind of proprietary polishing, it is very smooth, and the wear in comparison to a cobalt chromium knee is 30% less with such a coating. And you don't have the ions which give the patient an allergy. Okay. Huh? This one. And then we have some special coatings. If a patient comes up, very rare, and it's questionable. But sometimes we hear from a surgeon, the patient came up and said he has a titanium allergy. It's not a scientific term. But in that case, we can provide implants with zirconia. And in the whole world literature, you won't find one article about zirconia allergy. So we can do that as well if the patient might have a problem, a predisposition, they call it, against titanium. And then finally, there is a Porac coating. You all know about the problem with infection. You know this picture, how biofilm develops, very dangerous. And some companies provide silver coatings. But these silver coatings are relatively thick. And you have to think about that because they can result in aguria. This is a silver pathology where the skin gets all white and so on. So we did another approach. We developed with the University of Würzburg a coating which has only 1 micron of silver and a top layer of 100 titanium silver nitride. You see it here, the substrate is the brown one, then you have the silver layer, and the green is the top layer. And when this goes into the water, or into the body, into the liquid, you have the anode, which produces electrons on the top. But after a short time, you get an electrical equilibrium, something which is smooth, and then it changes. Then the lower part, the silver, the thicker silver part gets to be the anode, and the top part gets to be the cathode. And what does it do? It releases the electrons. You see now the change. First, this was the anode. Now the silver is the anode. And what does it do? The electrons, they combine protons and electrons to hydrogen, and they combine oxygen and protons and electrons to water. So what do we do? What does it mean? We take the protons out. So there are no more protons. And what does that result in? That results in that the eukaryotes, the positive cells, they have a little proton factory. The protons are needed. It's the fuel of the cells. So the eukaryotes have a little factory, the mitochondrium, and they produce their own protons. So they produce their own fuel. Oh, go back. And the eukaryotes, they have to take the protons to produce the fuel out of the environment. And we take the protons out, and so the bacteria cannot grow. And this is a study which was done in Italy from Professor Capanna, and he used our Megasay system. You see which kind he used, what kind of implant he used, and the result was in 3 patients, he had recurrence of infection, but they were previously infected, no infection in high-risk group, and no clinical evidence of aguria. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Muito obrigada.
For the lecture. And now, it was a very interesting presentation. These topics are very much connected to what we're going to hear tomorrow. Tomorrow we have another panel discussion on the importance of osteointegration of the implant for the success of the procedure and the product. We'll be discussing other techniques tomorrow for additive manufacturing. We are going to have a special guest from Dilink, folks from Lehman. And tomorrow we'll have a special guest from Matthew from the FDA. So just a spoiler for you. But osteointegration, again, if I may ask you a couple of questions right now. You have some different types of coatings in production. Can we measure or classify the different techniques when it comes to the evolution of the technology, which is superior or inferior, or is there still room for all the types of technology, perhaps advantages or disadvantages of each technology? Thinking about an implant and a possible explant if the patient needs a revision procedure. So if you could comment on that.
Yes, of course. The most popular coating for primary implants is the plasma spray. Most companies are using this today. In countries where it's also always a matter of economy, in countries where the plasma spray, which costs some money, of course, cannot be used so easily, you just use the corundum blasted surface. If it's a titanium implant, it is basically similar to plasma spray, but it is a little bit minor. It's like a plasma spray is a little bit like a Volkswagen, And the other one is more like a Mercedes or so. Now, but what is more important, the hydroxyapatite. This accelerates the bone ingrowth, and we use it very often also for custom implants, for instance, in the area where bone is missing. And with the calcium phosphate, you can accelerate the ingrowth. So if you have a case where you need a quick bone attachment, probably want to have it always, but some cases where you need desperately quick bone attachment, then calcium phosphate is the ideal, and it could be used as a calcium phosphate on the implant itself or on the plasma spray, whatever is convenient in that case. It depends a little bit on the area where you do the implant, whether it's the ankle, whether it's the hip or shoulder.
Okay. I have here agora alguns minutos com
Left. I have a couple more questions on my side, but I would like to open for the audience. We might have some questions from the audience as well.
Thank you, Mr. Link, for the fantastic presentation. I follow your work, a long time, and thanks a lot we have the privilege of hear you. I would like to understand a little bit better when you show the trabecular link, you don't show together the calcium phosphate applying over that. Normally you don't use both technologies together. There is a reason for not using both together, or you do use, you just don't tell?
The trabecular link is used with the electrobeam 3D printing. There are the two, you probably know this very much. There is the laser printing, which is used more for fine structures and fine implants, like in the spine implants. And we use more the electrobeam because it is quicker and we don't need these very fine structures. That's how we produce that. We 3D print our structures. And the printing can be done together with the implant itself, which means the solid part can be printed, and then adding up the structure can be printed on the solid part. So it's one unit, and it's very good fixed. And you also can use different kinds of sizes, but we have a standard size which we use. But in some cases, we use a little bit larger. Interestingly, maybe, when we make custom-made pelvic replacements, there is different culture and different philosophy. Really, it's interesting. We in Germany and in most countries, we do the parts which are under soft tissue smooth, because the soft tissue should rub maybe, or the Italians, the opposite. They want also the structure and the more rough structure under the soft tissue. They argue, okay, when I have a structure under soft tissue, the soft tissue can grow in and grip the implant much better, support the implant. So what's better? Both works.
But you never add the calcium phosphate to the trabecular link once.
Yeah.
You do add the calcium phosphate to the trabecular link, or the trabecular link, it's only trabecular link, not the dual coatings?
The dual coating we do, yes. In those cases when there is a large bone deficit, for instance, in the pelvis, and we need a very quick attachment of bone, we use it double coating with the HX calcium phosphate.
Thanks a lot.
Rafa,
I work at InMetro, the Metrology Institute in Brazil. Congratulations on your presentation. It was a lecture on engineering. I loved it. I'm an engineer myself. My question is, the attachment or the adhesion of the coating, is this still an issue or has this been overcome? And how much the essays from the standards allow us to differentiate a good coating from a bad coating, or do we still need to improve the essays established on the standards?
No, absolutely. Your question is very, very valuable. The whole thing, everything I said, is dependent on quality. And different companies have different possibilities and experiences. And the quality decides about how the coating really holds on the substrate. So we have, that's said, the proprietary thing. Over years, we get the experience, how rough do we have to do the substrate below the coating, that we have a good grip. And that is not only that's not only true for plasma spray, that's also true for PVD. The PVD coating also needs first haft coating, first a grip coating, and then comes the real coating. So this is something each company has to find out itself, and with the longest experience, you have the best quality.
Mais alguma pergunta? Então eu vou aproveitar, que eu acho que a gente tem mais.
You have a couple of minutes left. About the manufacturing process now, especially for plasma spray, you require very high temperatures for that. So is there any concern when it comes to production controls for the heating of the substrate, especially because of the type of products, and if that can impact the resistance of the product in the end?
A very good question. Many years ago, they put very hot materials on surfaces, and then suddenly they found out that the substrate got cracks or things like that and fractures, not with the plasma spray. I put the 16,000 Kelvin because it's so impressive, but it's only in the moment when it comes out of the machine. The temperature at the part is 400 or 600 degrees. So no danger that it does any harm to the substrate.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Eu acho que se não houver mais perguntas, eu só gostaria mesmo de agradecer, agradecê-lo por ter vindo, por compartilhar um pouco desse conhecimento com a gente.
This is only the beginning of our meeting. Tomorrow, there will be a second day of work together with more presentations. And I also have to say thank you to ABRAIDI for the invitation to moderate this discussion. Thank you, ANVISA, for giving me the possibility to have this conversation. And I think this certainly contributes to our industry and to regulation. So thank you so much.
Say obrigado to all of you. Thank you very much for listening.
Isso.
Thank you, Katya and Mr. Link. Let's take a picture before you leave the stage, Mr. Link, if you may. So While the first picture is taken, I have to say thank you to everyone with us here in the auditorium and to the 400 people who are watching us online in the second part of our first day together. Now, if you have questions at the end of the discussion panels, we will have a Q&A session, and we have microphones available in the audience, so please feel free to ask your questions. And now let's call our second guest. And the topic will be materials with memory effect in medical devices. To moderate this discussion, I would like to call Patricia Banco, which is the manager for health use materials at ANVISA. Thank you so much and welcome. Our guest will be joining us online. His name is Santosh Tiwari. He's Principal Engineer for Technology Development and Processes at Stryker Neurovascular in the U.S., and he will be speaking with us directly from the U.S. Mr. Tiwari, can you hear us? Can you hear us, Mr. Tiwari? We're just waiting to establish a connection with the speaker. I just wanted to share that Santosh was supposed to join us here in Brazil, but a week prior he had an incident and he kindly requested to do his presentation online. And of course, we agreed with that. These are things that happen. In an event like this, uh, there's always an unforeseen event. The budget cut we got from ANVISA is one example of that. The lack of possibility of inviting the new directors. So these are all part of being alive, I would say. Thank you for your understanding. It's the art of doing it live. So Mr. Tiwari is already with us and he will be joining us shortly. Mr. Santosh Tiwari will be joining us directly from the US. We're just waiting until we get his image. There he is. Hello and welcome.
Por favor, Patrícia.
Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Patricia Branco. Currently, I am leading the
I am also not seeing the presentation, so
You need to select the translation when it's in Portuguese. You need to select the channel to hear the questions in Portuguese or even the speak of the moderator, Mr. Santos, please.
yeah, I was looking for that option, and I changed the language to English, but I'm not seeing that.
Mr. Santosh, can you hear us now? Checking, checking. Checking. 1, 2, 3. So I think he can start, and later when we have questions, we can continue.
You can proceed your speech, Mr. Santos.
Okay, but I'm not seeing the screen, so I can present looking at my slides here, but I won't be able to know which slide is on the screen. So it would be a little bit maybe not coherent. Is there any way I can see the screen?
Let me see. My God.
Ok.
Technology.
Tá, a gente vai retomar então o contato, né?
So we'll try to fix this so Mr. Tiwari can see the screen and hear the translation as well.
Mr. Santos, we will put your presentation here, but ele precisa enxergar. He needs to see what slide is online.
Yeah, that's what I am not seeing that. Okay, now I am. Okay.
Okay,
Great.
let's go.
Yeah. Hi, sorry for the technical difficulty in the beginning. My name is Santosh Tiwari. Good afternoon, everyone. And I'm a principal R&D engineer at Stryker Neurovascular, Salt Lake City, Utah, USA. And it's truly an honor to be here and then talking about the national, which I have been working in the last 6 to 10 years. That's my line here. I'm a material scientist and R&D engineer by profession. So I wanted to start with a simple thought here. Like every 2 seconds, somewhere in the world, someone suffers a stroke. So stroke, I'm not sure if you have that background. Just to give you a brief description of a stroke. Stroke is kind of a simple analogy is your kitchen sink. So if it's clogged, that's the ischemic stroke. So you have a blood clot or calcification of your arteries. So that kind of blocks the flow of the blood, and your brain is not receiving the oxygen and other nutrients, and then you'll have a stroke. The other one is the leak, which is another form of like an aneurysm, which is a hemorrhagic stroke, and that's life-threatening. As you can see, if your kitchen sink is leaking, it's an emergency, and you have to treat it as soon as possible. So that's kind of analogy. So what connects all the engineers, doctors, and organization in this field using this night null is saving lives and making the healthcare better for everyone. So today I am gonna probably share some of night null background from the materials perspective and how we incorporate that material into life-saving devices. So what is night null? So nitinol was discovered by accident, actually, in Maryland in 1959 when they were working with nickel and titanium alloy. So basically, that's in the name. It's nickel, Ni for nickel, Ti for titanium, and NOL for the Naval Ordnance Laboratory. So that's how it was discovered first. And as you see the picture of that same building now, FDA has acquired that building, and then all the FDA activities happens there. So basic about nitinol. So looking at the screen, you see the stress-strain diagram. So what's so special about this material? So let me paint you a picture. Think of navigating a fragile, winding river full of sharp turns, which is our brain. In our boat is our devices. When they're too rigid, it will crash and probably you will have a vessel perforation. And if it's too soft, you will stuck and you will not be able to navigate through the tortuous anatomy of a human brain. So you need something very flexible as well as very resilient. So that's nitinol. That's what nitinol is. So if you look at the stress strain diagram, stainless steel is much stiffer, but nitinol is much softer. But as well as you have that upper plateau stress, which provides you a much more strain, which is about 8 to 10% of strain for a particular stress. So you can push even harder without any putting any strain in the material, and then you can navigate much easier in the tight curves. So looking at this slide number 4, which is, of course, there are 2 phases of nitinol. One is martensite and one is austenite. So austenite will happen once you finish the austenite finish temperature, which is called AF, and AF is very important material properties in the nitinol world. And we can control a lot of mechanical properties by controlling the AF. And below that, below the martensite finish temperature, you'll have martensite. So you can manipulate the mechanical properties by changing phases by temperature or by stress. So if you change those properties by temperature, it's called shape memory, because you can regain the shape or change its shape based on the temperature of formation and then what other temperatures you can apply. And super elasticity, of course, you can change those phases by applying stress. And then you can have, shape memory and super elasticity for deployment and navigation of all these medical devices into the human brain. Next slide, please.
Próximo.
Okay, so we can talk about each of those nitinol properties one by one, and I will give you a few examples. Like this one, super elasticity into navigating complex anatomy of brain. So in neurovascular intervention, super elasticity is a lifesaver. Imagine navigating catheters and stents through extremely tortuous and fragile brain vessels. With stainless steel, kinking or permanent bends are common, but with nitinol, the device flexes and rebounds and regains its shape and provides much more resilience. So this gives physicians confidence while maneuvering through sharp curves and significantly reducing complications. So try to picture a physician trying to put device through a vessel no thicker than a spaghetti strand, winding deep into the brain. And one wrong kink, one rigid edge, and the vessel could rupture. Nitinol superelasticity allows that device to bend through hairpin turns and still spring back unharmed without any shape loss. So talking about the next property is the predictable deployment. So shape memory enables controlled deployment. Devices can be preset into teeny tubes, into complex shapes, compressed for delivery, and when they deploy, it regains its shape inside the vessel or artery. So for example, flow diverters used in aneurysm treatments rely on this property. Once deployed at an aneurysm neck, as shown in the picture, the device re-expands to form a mesh scaffold, effectively diverting blood flow and promoting healing. So now imagine treating an aneurysm. A device is compressed inside a tiny catheter, a tiny tube which is called seething, and then released inside the brain instantly. And thanks to nitinol's shape memory, it blooms back into its pre-shed shape, forming a scaffold exactly what is needed. Predictability is not just convenient, it's life-saving here. Next slide, please. So now talking about maintaining the vessel patency. So there are lots of different kind of strokes. One was, as I mentioned, ischemic, which is the clogging, then the hemorrhagic, which is the aneurysm. And the other one is the plaque deposition inside the artery. So it's called ICAD, which is the atherosclerotic disease. Basically, the plaque deposition and then stenosis happen. So to increase the vessel size, we can deploy the nitinol stent there, and then because of the plateau where you can reduce the size by a lot, by 100-300%, and then once it deploys, it expands and then opens up, removing the stenosis and doing the full vessel vascularization. So when treating intracranial stenosis, we don't want a stent that crushes the vessel wall, nor one that's too weak. So in both cases, one is too weak, so it's not going to expand and then open up, and one, if it's too hard, then it's going to perforate the vessel and then cause hemorrhage. So nitinol provides a steady and gentle push to open up the right amount based on the design, and then it provides the full vascularization. Next slide, please. So kink resistance and fatigue durability is very, very important for implantable devices like stents and other catheters. And kinking is a serious issue in neurovascular procedures. Devices often need to reposition or retrieved. So nitinol's kink resistance and high fatigue durability mean fewer failures and smoother repositioning. This reliability increases physicians' confidence and patient safety, especially during delicate stroke procedures where every second matters. For devices like guide wires and microcatheters, kinking is a nightmare. Once kinked, the procedure stalls because it results in loss of pushability and torqueability, which causes vessel selection almost impossible in tortuous anatomy. So that causes delays, and then in extreme cases, because of the delay, patients might die too. So nitinol resists kinks the way a good climbing rope resists knots. It flows smoothly, even through tighter curves, providing life-saving procedures. Next slide, please. Okay, so another very important feature of nitinol is it's biocompatible, and it has been proven by meticulous studies. So nitinol has an elastic modulus closer to biological tissues, hair, bone, and tendon, and nitinol stays somewhere in between, so it's pretty biocompatible, and so that property is very important to reduce, irritation, trauma, and inflammation if you use the devices, whether it's class 2 medical device or class 3 medical device as an implant. So the good example of is embolic coils. When deployed in aneurysms, their softness allows clot formation without damaging vessel walls. And this tissue-friendly behavior is why the nitinol is widely used as implants and class 2 medical devices in neurovascular and cardiovascular dimensions. Next slide, please. In regulatory world, there are a lot of preset standards, whether it's ISO, FDA, ASTM, and other. There are several standards for all kinds of medical devices, whether it's implant or just one single-use device. We have ASTM F2477 for fatigue testing. We have corrosion testing. We have STM F2129. So I'm not going to just read through all of them, but we have mechanical testing, fatigue, corrosion, and nickel leaching test, and biocompatibility. So there's the whole spectrum of tests available to vet this material for application. Next slide, please. Now let's look at how the science of nitinol has come alive. So we have a lot of neurovascular devices, particularly I'm showing here the Stryker products. So there are multiple guide wires like Synchro for precise navigation to access the stroke site. We have stents as an adjunctive devices as Neuroform Atlas or Wingspan for aneurysm treatment and ICAD treatment. And then we have the stent retrievers for thrombectomies, and we have flow diverters like Surpass Evolve. Although not all these materials, all these devices uses nitinol, but most of them uses, and those I have highlighted with yellow boxes. And each different product leverages specific nitinol properties to achieve the desired performance. Each product is more than a device. It's a direct translation of nitinol's unique properties into a better outcome for patients. Let's go to the next slide. So guide wires. So guide wires are access device, and they have nitinol hypotube on top. An example I'm showing here, the Synchro Select guide wire, which has 3 components: the platinum tungsten coil for radiopacity, so physicians can see the device movement inside the brain. And we have the stainless steel core, which provides the core and the strength to maneuver. And then finally, you have the nitinol hypotube on top, which provides the the torqueability and then flexibility to reach the tortuous distal section of the brain. So a combination of good material selection, especially with nitinol, ensure smooth navigation through delicate vessels and reducing the risk of vessel perforation. Next slide, please. So stent as an adjunctive device, example is here the Neuroform Atlas. So each strut is, and the design of the strut is carefully selected after several FE analysis. And so this is used as an adjunctive devices for treating wide neck aneurysms. So for those wide neck aneurysms, stability is a challenge because the coils which we fill to fill that aneurysm space to develop the endothelial layer at the neck might fall off. So this adjunctive stent provides stability. So this provides support by scaffolding the aneurysm neck, allowing coils to stay in place. Its design enabled by nitinol's flexibility and deployment properties makes it highly conformable to vessel walls, reducing the procedural complications. Next slide, please. As I was explaining the ICAD stent, pretty much the same thing. It goes and deploys at the ICAD location where the plaque formation is, and then it expands to provide the support and expand the vessel wall for revascularization. So in cases of these kind of diseases, maintaining patency is critical. The stents leverage nitinol's constant force to keep vessels open without damaging fragile cerebral arteries. It has been pivotal in improving patients' outcome in ICAD treatment. Next slide, please. Stent retriever is one of the most critical devices for thrombectomy. So this is a mechanical thrombectomy device. Then the Treva retriever shown in the image here is a breakthrough in mechanical thrombectomy. It was the first thrombectomy device FDA approved for use up to 24 hours after stroke onset. Because when somebody is having a stroke, time is of critical importance. And if the patient is not treated as soon as possible, then the brain cells die, and ultimately the outcome is not in patient's favor. So the time is of time is of essence here. So it's the nitinol stent design allows it to engage and retrieve clots efficiently. I have a quick video after this slide which provides a better explanation of this device. I know it's kind of a visual cue which will be very helpful to understand how this used and why nitinol is so important in these kind of devices. So let's go to the next slide and start the video, please. You have to probably click the bottom of the video. There's the play button.
Não sei se vocês escutaram que ele pediu para dar o play no vídeo. Tinha um vídeo? Não?
Can we play the video or no?
Just a moment, please.
Não temos, né? Não temos o vídeo.
Não entendi.
Não temos o vídeo. Não.
Ok.
Não temos o vídeo. Podemos seguir com a apresentação.
Please, could you
There
follow
is
the
no,
presentation? Because
there is no link in the presentation we have here to move the video. It's
maybe when
maybe if you have there with you and you can share the.
Yeah, let me share my screen. I have the
Yes.
video here. Let me find out. I normally don't use Zoom. We all use Teams here mostly. So let me find how I can share. If you can direct me. Oh, there it is. Share.
Heitor, você consegue auxiliar na...
Hi, Santosh.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can.
Did you find the button to present?
Yeah, I'm sharing my screen right now. Can you guys see my? Are you guys seeing my screen?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, so let's.
We are seeing.
There we go. Santos. Hello. Santos, can you please describe the procedure, please?
Yeah. Okay, so as shown in the video, basically it's called mechanical thrombectomy. Mechanical because the device integrates with the clot mechanically and then pulls it out of the body. So the procedure, the first you reach the site of the stroke where the clot is using a guide wire and a microcatheter combination, and you reach to the site. And then once you are at the site, remove the guide wire, providing space for deployment of the stent retriever using the microcatheter. And then you insert the stent retriever with the nitinol stent at the distal end, and which is connected through a delivery wire. And the delivery wire can be either stainless steel or nitinol. We use DPS nitinol, which is the dynamic plateau nitinol, which provides the pushability because it has higher stiffness. And then once the guide wire is removed, the stent retriever is pushed into the microcatheter and then deployed, and then it integrates with the clot and then take the clot out of the body. So that's the whole process. And then of course then blood flow is regained, and then stroke is removed completely. Okay, so the last slide is just the summary slide. So I mean, at the end, let's bring it all together. So nitinol is more than a metal; it's a life-saving device. It's a storyteller of transformation. bending, yet returning, compressed, yet expanding, and strong, yet gentle. So it gives physicians confidence, it gives patients hope, and it gives all of us this feel the powerful tool to fight one of the humanity's greatest health challenges, which is stroke. When I think of nitinol, I don't just think of phase transformation of a stress strain curve. I think of the lives it has helped reclaim. As I mentioned, there are like, millions and millions of strokes happen all around the world every year. And then nitinol is the in the front of that, life-saving business. It has stents, it has guide wires, it has a flow diverting stents. This 60 to 70% of all the neurovascular medical devices in endovascular technique uses nitinol in one way or the other. So that's all from me, and I am open to questions or any comments I have. And thanks for your time.
Hello, Mr. Santos. This is Heitor. I'm just gonna ask you before the questions if you are able to enable the translation on Zoom.
Yeah.
So if we make answers in Portuguese, will you be able to understand?
I have changed the language English in the Zoom, so let's see if it works.
Estou
If
falando
not, I will say yes to every question.
Agora, Santos.
In this
Você
meanwhile,
consegue?
we will proceed with some questions. Okay? Santos?
Okay.
Yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see if the translation works. Yes, I'm ready.
Okay. The audience here, we are not surgeons, neurosurgeons, or people that works in radiology, interventionist radiology. So maybe we apologize if maybe some questions could be very primary to you, okay? The first thing we want to understand that these devices...
Sorry, hello? Hi, sorry, I'm still, actually, the translation is in Portuguese.
Oh, yes.
I need maybe some technical assistance here.
Tá bom. Então, vendo aqui que a audiência é composta por...
The audience is compounded by professionals from regulatory area and ANVISA's analysts and technicians who are not neurosurgeons, vascular surgeons, and not radiologists, interventionist radiologists. So I'm sorry if some questions are too basic for your knowledge. First question would be about, the question is, if the prescription of this product is basically for stroke, acute stroke, or if you would recommend this type of device for obstruction, long-term obstruction processes, the first question.
Sorry, if it's a question, it came through in Portuguese. Translation is still not working. I'm hearing in Portuguese.
You are hearing, we can make the question in English, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. We are saying here that the audience, it's basically with professionals, not surgeons or neurologists or neurosurgeons that have this experience. So some questions could be very basic to you, so apologize for that. Okay? Okay?
Yeah, there's a, I'm sorry, it's a translated voice coming over your voice, and it's in Portuguese, and it's kind of just completely overshadowing your voice. I'm so sorry. Although I have changed the setting of Zoom of translation to English, it's still coming through in Portuguese.
So,
Mr. Santos,
Mr. Santos, try putting it in the Portuguese setting in Zoom. Let's see if that works. Can you change your settings?
So I can hear you in English, but the overlap translation is coming in Portuguese, and that's much louder. So I can't hear you.
well,
I
esse dispositivo é para procedimentos em casos agudos, com AVCs isquêmicos agudos, né? Ou se são indicados para processos crônicos. Pelo que eu entendi, como tem coágulo, processo agudo.
So that is one of the questions to be clarified. A second question would be,
Can ask in English, I would be able to hear and answer.
Okay.
Finally.
Let's begin.
agora
The device in case here, it's recommended for acute or semi-acute vascular accidents, AVC, acute or semi-acute.
I think, yeah, it's used for both.
For both.
Yeah.
Okay. These need-to-know devices are installed in the patient with or without balloon.
Without the balloon. So balloon is an adjunctive device which helps reaching to the right side. And also while we treat the stroke, and if you're removing a clot, and if the blood flow is happening, so there is always a small chance then the small piece of that clot dislodges from the big clot, and then it will go to further distal part of the brain, and then that might create another smaller stroke, maybe right away, maybe a month later, maybe months later, maybe a year later. So that's why when we use the balloon guided catheter for mechanical thrombectomy or for say any other procedure, so when a balloon is expanded, it restricts the blood flow while you're removing the clot from the body. And then once the implant or mechanical thrombectomy happens, then the balloon is deflated and removed from the body. So it's not an implant.
Okay. It's not an implant. How many units in the average, considering stents or coils, what is the average of devices unit per procedure?
So normally, we shoot for one strength retriever. If the first one is good, that's awesome. But if it fails, then normally I have seen 2, not 3 for the strength retrievers. For the implants like coils, depends on the aneurysm size. You can have up to 10, 15 of those coils inside the brain, and that's the implant, and that's always in the brain.
Okay. Another thing, considering risk analysis, You, of course, your company mentioned in the risk analysis report the risk of bad use from the physicians. How do you assure, how are the recommendations considering surgeons' training?
Yeah, that's a great question. Yeah, we put a lot of recommended use on the packaging itself, how it's supposed to be used, and we have, when we launch a product, we have training sessions all over US and across the world too. So we bring in the physicians into either striker site or at wherever, even within the hospital. And then we have our engineers and sales team together. There's a training team and there's a marketing team and the sales team. We all work together and then have a training session. And of course, we try to answer and connect with the hospitals during like first few months of the launch until they feel more comfortable using the system. So yeah, there's a risk mitigation plan post-launch.
Okay.
Hello, Mr. Santos. My name is Patricia. I'm working for ANVISA. And once that we are part of our team, we are worried a little bit about all the new materials that we are talking about in nitinol. It's a novel technology. We also have to know about all the benefits, the clinical benefits that the new materials are coming with the products. And I would like to know if you are aware about other kind of materials that have the same or the similar effects of the nitinol that we could find in other products in the future or next month, for example. We never know.
Yeah, that's a great question. So there are a few other materials. They have shape memory effect. They're not top of my mind right now, but I can follow up with you. But biocompatibility is a big issue with other shape memory alloys. So if they were biocompatible, you would have already seen those in medical device application, and whether it's a single use or implant. So far, for the medical purposes, nitinol is the only one with the super elasticity and shape memory effect, which is biocompatible.
Okay, thank you. And also, we would like to know, in the future, how is the behavior of these materials in the part of covering a product? If you add some pharmacological substance, I mean, for example, anti-clots and also no-inflammatory products.
Yeah.
Could you speak a little bit about this, please?
Yeah, so I'm not aware of any product we have, but definitely the stents and other medical devices, they are used for drug delivery or other in combination with the mechanical thrombectomy or aspiration technology with some drugs to either dissolve the clot or it can work in some different way. But I am not aware of any that kind of technology we are working here right now.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Maybe someone would you like to make some question to Mr. Santos?
We have questions from the remote audience, but it's in Portuguese, and I will read first in Portuguese. Maybe the translation can provide. I don't know if we will have the same problems as always, but let's go in Portuguese now, okay? Tá ok a tradução aí, gente? Alguém pode me dizer? Ele desligou? Ok. Which Daniel Garuti aid? Daniel. Daniel is a surgeon. I think it's a neurosurgeon, isn't it? You know? Consider the engineering of the devices with nitinol for aneurysms and AVCs, which the main challenge in the equilibrium and between the radial force necessary to have the proper fixation and contact with the internal anatomy for the artery, and the minimization to potential inflammatory reaction in the chronic, in a long time, or hyperplasia neo-intimal in the long term that could could compromise the efficacy of the treatment.
Yeah, it's a very technical question. It might probably take a whole day to answer this question, but I'll try to answer quickly in probably non-technical fashion. So yeah, those hyperplasia and the efficacy rate and other things, that they are very real issues. Although, I mean, we are the design and the process development engineers, but we interface with neurosurgeons, and we have limited knowledge on that topic. But yeah, so there's a after procedure, there's a period like you have to keep follow up with the physician, and then they provide the treatment procedure, medication procedure to keep to check if there is any inflammation or any adverse reaction of the implant. So there's a post-procedure treatment methods to fight with those issues.
Okay. I have any question from the audience? There is a question there.
Hello. How can you control the product expansion? Because it's not a normal stand, so your product does not have flat size. So how can you do that?
Are you talking about the shelf life or?
Yes.
Yeah, so we put expiration dates on our products. It's different for different for guide wires, different for stents and catheters. And once that, when let's say a hospital buys some products and they didn't use within that shelf life period, we take those back. I'm not sure about the business side of this, but we definitely have the shelf life printed on every product.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Katja, you have any question?
There's another question.
Hello. In terms of compatibility with another metals or components that you may use with the nitinol, do you have any concerns about other metals or polymers? If you have, for example, if stainless steel, pure titanium, cobalt chrome, any concerns, or is depending on how are you using the nitinol stents?
Yeah, that's a great question. So all these materials we use, they are all approved for using for medical devices, whether it's an implant or type 2, just a single-use medical device. And as I mentioned, the regulatory bodies like FDA and TÜV in Europe, they have their own specific guidelines for doing testing. So we do biocompatibility test before using any materials. So materials like cobalt chrome, stainless steel, or nitinol, platinum iridium, any other, those all are biocompatible tested, and they have been proven not to have any adverse effect in the population.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions? No? Shall we close?
Yes.
Yes. So, Mr. Santosh, thank you so much for your brilliant presentation. It was so good to hear from you. So we are open to hear in the next times. Once that we have to be aware about all the regulations that comes from other countries. Also, it's a part of our challenge to study much more about this kind of products. That's a novel one, but we are sure that we will have good things in the future. So
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thank you for this opportunity. It's great experience to talk in these kind of events and then know about people's perspective, and then it's always very great experience to interact with people in the conference setting and more and answer all those questions people have. Appreciate this opportunity. Thank you.
thank you so much.
Bom,
Because of our technical issues, and by the way, we apologize again for that. Regardless of the glitches, we hope you have enjoyed our talk by Santosh Tiwari, the engineer from Stryker. An official picture, and right now we're going to have a quick coffee break, 15 minutes and 8 seconds, and we will be back to discuss initial feasibility studies in the development of novel devices. 15 minutes.
bom, gente, café tomado, bolinho.
So now we had coffee, we ate some cake, drank some coffee. So let's go to the last step of this seminar for you here in the auditorium and also continue with our remote transmission. Studies of initial feasibility and development of innovative devices. Mariana Martins Gradin will be the host, coordination of clinical research at ANVISA. And the person invited for talking about this is Guilherme Agrelli, Director of PNF. Welcome. I would just like to start with a short story before Guilherme starts his presentation. On March, at the time of hospital fair, Dr. Sergio was talking to Katia the way he's doing right now, talking about this event today. And then I was overhearing them and I said, can I suggest one theme? I would like to talk initial feasibility study. And he said, we have a clinical research theme. I think it's not working for us. And then he saw there was this theme involved, and I said, that's what I want. So in seconds, he met my request. And then we are here to talk about that today. So let's see what is coming on initial feasibility studies. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity of making this presentation. This is a theme that impacts our work daily. It's really important to us. I'm in charge of devices development in two companies, PNF and BioCollagen. One, heart valves, and the other one, biomaterials used for the manufacturing of these valves. I'm in charge of developing products and new materials. And when we talk about these devices, mainly innovative ones, we need to take into account the matter of when are we starting to apply these devices in humans. This is something important to us. I will talk about that to you. And I hope in the end of this lecture, we can exchange ideas. We'll answer some questions from you and hear you, Mariana's and Avisa's opinion on that matter. So we have a regulatory panorama that's important to be taken into account regarding the scenario we are in. We are in a world in transformation, not only in regulatory sector, we also economic, political, everything so dynamic in the world, changing scenario, and we need to be attentive to that. And this scenario directly impacts the work we do, regulatory relations and political economic relations as well, especially when we think about development and work, development and production of global products turn not only to the local market but global as well, and it affects us as a lot. Inside this current scenario, we also see this huge work on the alignment of regulatory practices. I believe we discussed this here today, but we need to talk about this a lot, the alignment of all the requirements and the principles of these agencies, which are really important in the globalized scenario we are living in this production that is not locally, geographically localized anymore. It's now serving the whole world. Another thing that I consider really important, and I think this is a clear example, your request about this theme, the theme we have proposed, also the importance of the dialogue we have with the agencies here in Brazil. With ANVISA, we are a global company. We dialogue with other agencies, and this is really important. I don't know how many of you work with product development of new products, new technologies. If there's one thing in this presentation that I think should be highlighted and should be important for you to consider is the open dialogue with agencies. This highly impact our daily routine and on the possibility of accelerating product development. So the question is, how can we accelerate innovation when we work with the development of new technologies and products, opening new markets, but maintaining regulatory reliance? We always have this balance. We need to speed up things as an industry. We need to speed up things so we can have results, but we cannot commit safety. So we need, within this environment, find these paths and be able to execute and walk this path we are opening. One of the ways we know and we can observe abroad is the early feasibility studies, EFS. Early feasibility studies is a common practice adopted in US, and I will use US as a reference, this is a possibility of doing small initial clinical essays in an early phase of product development with data, with restrained data of the products when they're still restrained or during the development process, not the final product yet. It doesn't have the validations, all the validations necessary, but a mechanism that allows in a certain phase when it's discussed and presented that there's a safety, making possible to get the data, this early proof of safety and efficiency of devices. We can see this mechanism as a solution for the innovative devices industry, the possibility of having this early access, putting these devices under studies, controlled use of these devices, but inside a controlled, regulated environment in touch with the agencies. An early feasibility study is different from a clinical study, a conventional confirmatory one, because it's more flexible, allowing to make adjustments along this study process. So small clinical studies with this flexibility. And the data obtained from the study, they are going to feed, and these risk mitigation tools, risk analysis we have, all the data will feed these tools, and the insights, the results, the outcomes will allow us to have a better confirmatory study later. And there are other important matters that we'll see along this presentation. The main difference is allowing the study to be started with a lower volume of data, having flexibility to protocol or practices adjustment along the study. Short studies allowing to get data in a fast way with intense interaction with agency, the stakeholders, allowing to that innovation, accelerated innovation process to work properly. So this is the main issue in an early feasibility study. Fast adjustment and fast learning. Small, controlled studies to feed the whole development process so a confirmatory study later can be better designed and with more chance of success in the execution of these studies. About the international panorama, we have an example. Today is the one that is more frequently mentioned, that is the EFS study from FDA, allowing the devices to be assessed and with the closer interaction with the regulatory agency. In this way, we are able to adjust the details of the study, possible risks, fails in protocols. We've been under a process like this one, and we saw the necessity of changing the imaging acquisition protocol. With the confirmatory study, this change would be difficult, and in small studies, we can adjust that. Imaging acquisition, patient's behavior, anticoagulation, anti-clot protocol for patients, these small adjustments which provide us data so we can correct this quickly, implement that until what point the industry feel comfortable to go to a bigger confirmatory study with more investment for these products validation. And also, there's another mechanism, this TAP program, a sort of advisory advisor for FDA using these devices. This is a program where FDA is part of the whole process, end to end, from the marketing, refund of refund of devices. The interactions make easier the design and the path for preclinical data obtainment, clinical studies protocols, the execution of the results, all of that inside this program being followed by FDA. This is another example. This DFS program is inside a bigger program like this one. This is what we have regarding international panorama, and we see this as a better example on how the industry can get closer to regulatory agencies having in common development in a way, working together in this development, each one with their interests and inside their competencies and speeding up the development. So this is what we have in US. And there's this question now, what is the situation in Brazil? What do we have in Brazil that allows us to work like that? Before talking about what we have in Brazil, I would like to mention on the importance of thinking about that. I ask you who works with innovation, nobody manifesting themselves here, but here we have some other companies developing new technologies of innovative products. And we develop that because we have clinical problems. When we think about a new product or technology, we know we are trying to treat patients not served with the available alternatives we have today. So we are developing a product, seeking innovative solution to treat patients in high risk with current technologies or without alternatives, high risk of complication, or patients without any access. No technology available for treating these patients. So there's a clinical need of new technologies. Thinking about new ways of treating the patients or treating neglected disease. The existing solutions are sometimes limited. We need to think about devices adaptations to meet open clinical issues. Sometimes we have anatomic problems. The anatomy of the patients or devices design are not indicated for some sort of anatomies, or high risk of the use of the devices. There's a complication, counterindication, need a change or a new device, or sometimes there's nothing to be done for these patients, and this will generate this scenario then where we need new technologies and will be under this process.
These are a couple of the examples I have been working with. I've mentioned both companies where I work for. We work in the development of heart valves. And these are a couple of examples on how much these new devices are needed. The pointer is not working, but this is a device we have been developing for treating patients who have diseases in their lung valve. So we developed a device to treat the patient's lung valve. And in a very specific case, which is patients who underwent a previous procedure. So these patients, at some point in time, usually due to congenital diseases, they undergo surgical treatment. And after the surgical treatment, we can no longer predict the evolution of the anatomy of the patient. So patients, here you can see, they undergo surgical repair. We expand the pulmonary artery with this flap from the pericardium. Sometimes we use a leaflet for reconstructing the valve. This is usually done in very young patients, children, or adolescents. And later in life, these patients will undergo a dilation of the vessel that cannot be predicted because the surgical technique varies tremendously. It depends on the anatomy, the age of the patient, and the surgical technique. So because of that, we cannot anticipate the dilation that will happen. And because of that, we need a customized valve. We need it to be in compliance with the patient's anatomy. So we assess the anatomy and we reproduce the anatomy in an implantable device with a valve. And with that, we repair their pulmonary valve. This is one of the devices we have been developing. which is a device that will be custom made for a specific patient's anatomy. So we cannot really predict how the patient will evolve. We cannot have an inventory with all the different sizes available because each patient, again, will have a different anatomy. Another case is a work we have been developing in partnership with a German group, which is a novel device. There's nothing similar in the world, which is a valve for treating endocarditis. In the previous presentation, we heard about nitinol. All these devices that I'll be showing you are manufactured using nitinol, and this is a combination of a valve device, self-expandable, produced with nitinol, with a drug for treating endocarditis. Patients with active endocarditis, they don't have indication for percutaneous treatment because these valves are delivered via catheter, and there's no surgical indication due to the high risk of contamination. So we have a population of patients that is neglected and they are left without a treatment option. And the idea here is to manufacture a valve with a drug film coating it, and we capture the leaflets or the region with active endocarditis in the vegetation. We capture the vegetation and we do a localized drug release, a high dose drug just in the site where the vegetation is present due to endocarditis. This is a new device. There's nothing similar in the world today. We are doing bench tests currently, but at some point in time, we need to migrate from a bench study to a clinical trial without really knowing what we are going to face because this has never been done before. There's no similar device being implanted in this type of patient currently. So we are paving a new path and we have absolutely no references. Of course, we have the standards and the guidelines and the guidance from the agencies, but at some point in time, we will need to make some decisions based on risk assessments and on the way we can actually mitigate them. Another device, we only like complex things, and I'm sure you have noticed. This is another device for the treatment of heart valves, but here associated with aortic disease. We don't have a therapy for treating valve disease, especially in the aortic valve. We have technology for treating aorta aneurysms, but in combination, when the aneurysm is close to the valve, we don't have a solution available for treating that. Some companies are trying to address this issue and perhaps develop a solution for it, and this is one of our ideas. So it's a nitinol device with an embedded heart valve in the combination of many devices. We have a heart valve, we have a stent graft for treating the aorta, and we're going to make an extension with coronary stents. So it's a combination of different types of technology in a single device. Again, here we also don't have benchmarks. This is a completely new development. We don't have a track record of treatments being done with these devices, so we are pretty much working to generate data and to do the assessment. We start that with computational simulation, bench test simulations. We do a number of implants using these simulators. And this is a technology that has been advancing. It's becoming more and more available to have access to these very realistic simulators. And we can also reproduce the patient's anatomy in these simulators. We can do animal studies. Of course, there's a limitation here, especially because these animals don't have the same anatomy as humans, and they don't carry any disease. These are healthy individuals. So we cannot use these models to ensure that we have all the data we need. So we do a number of tests and assays. There's a lot of work to assess these devices, but at some point in time, we need to make the decision to start collecting clinical data. I think we have a video showing an implant in an animal model. And another device that we are developing, it's also, this case, a mitral valve, also a nitinol valve, nitinol with bovine pericardium. It's implanted, it's placed inside a catheter and will be implanted through a catheterization with femoral access taken to the heart for the valve replacement. This is part of the whole process here. This is an early concept of a possible design, a number of tests that are then done. It's a very intense number of bench simulation tests, and the final valve, a design that has already underwent all the bench tests to confirm the functioning and design of devices. Besides that, all these devices are tested in different ways. So again, we use simulators, which are very realistic, and we are constantly trying to improve the level of realism they offer. Animal implants for training and for assessing the device. And here we're also using another technology for assessing the devices, something that you see in the video to the right. These are cadaveric tests. We're implanting the devices in cadavers. Some labs do offer this type of infrastructure. So here we can implant a device in a cadaver with a beating heart. So the patient is connected to a system that will reproduce the heart rate, and we can reproduce or do an implant in the cadaver model to assess anatomical compatibility and any risks associated to the surgery, like access, positioning, and all the accessories that are needed for the procedure. But once everything is done here, it's time to take one more step forward. And I'll go back to the Brazilian landscape here, perhaps trying to answer the challenges we're facing here. Currently, these devices have been used in a compassionate use. This is one example. This is the most recent example we have from ANVISA. Recently, we had a compassionate use approval last week. This week, we did a procedure with a mitral valve through this program. This is an image from the actual procedure. And today, this morning, the patient was already walking in the hospital. We were very impressed with the whole evolution. And again, I just want to acknowledge and express my gratitude to ANVISA for all their work, because we can say that in this process, throughout this process, we never left a patient without treatment. Even considering that we are part of the early feasibility study, we have always treated the patients. We had a previous experience with another product that maybe treated 30 to 40 patients in a compassionate way. So no patient was left behind without treatment. And all patients, of course, after the proper justification, the input from the physicians, I'm not saying it was easy, but we were able to provide the treatment to all the patients. But it's a compassionate use. It's still not a study. It's still not a clinical trial. We don't have the same infrastructure from a clinical trial. And of course, there's some possibilities for improvement here. In order to justify the need of doing a formal early feasibility study, we need to clearly highlight that the bench tests that we do, because we do them, it's part of the standards, we have a good development for the bench tests to assess the safety and the design of the devices. But many times that is not enough to validate a certain device. Animal models, especially as we grow in complexity in those devices, because I have no doubt this is going to become a more common scenario. The devices are going to become more complex. New materials, new technology, and we'll start to see assisted technology, I imagine, quite soon. Maybe some of you might already be participating in that. We'll be incorporating robotics in the devices. AI will be embedded. So devices will certainly get more complex, and we'll be treating more complex cases. So an animal model can no longer reproduce that. We can assess biocompatibility in an animal model. We can assess some degree of compatibility, but we can no longer reproduce what needs to be reproduced. And now we need to take one more step and start a clinical assessment in humans. And we cannot start with a big trial because of a number of issues, including lack of knowledge and financial constraints. Because big studies, they need a big investment. And again, here we have no clue if the study will be successful or not. But maybe if we go through different steps showing indications that the device is both safe and effective in a shorter time frame, maybe that will allow us to take longer strides until we can make the large confirmatory clinical trials. So from everything that I've mentioned, I believe that this is what should be discussed and what we wanted to share with you today. As technology developers and as a company developing complex technology, we need some type of safeguard to develop the tests in a faster and earlier way. So, and perhaps not wait until we get to the end of the development process, so only then we can start getting clinical data from patients. And how we can use the previous analysis and early results to mitigate risks. So we can identify potential risks and work to mitigate them with the creation of mechanisms and the use of best practices to reduce the risks that we might find during the development process. And that takes me back to my previous question on the Brazilian scenario. In Brazil, we have an innovation policy with regulatory support for innovation available. And I found this in one official document saying that innovation is perceived as a strategic asset in ANVISA. And we noticed that we really identify this as being true. And this is clear for everyone. It should be clear for everyone here, at least, that innovation is a strategic asset, and we have support for that. So now we need to find a way to explore this and with coordinated actions so this can become a reality in Brazil. This is our innovation policy. It's quite recent, from the end of 2023, so it was enacted 2 years ago. And there are some highlights in this innovation policy, which, in my opinion, especially we from the industry developing products in Brazil, we see a lot of alignment here when it comes to purposes. So the innovation programs, they need to be discussed, and we need to try to leverage this and create the critical mass to discuss and to demand and to cooperate so we can put this into practice. Because that has a big impact, not only in the clinical outcome, but it can influence the whole chain that participates on the development of medical devices, especially high complex devices that require a lot of financial resources. So as an official program like this, or with an official program like this, we can have a better discussion with the regulatory authorities. And this discussion goes way beyond of allowing for a device to be implanted or not. Perhaps this includes having access to a faster certification and discussing perhaps what are the minimal required data. Because the sooner we start having these discussions, the more we will know we are going down the right path. Because if we have regular access to those devices, with the help of the physicians, if we identify and treat patients, that can generate a very important impact. And the impact here is not only on regulation, on the economic side, we start training physicians. Because doing a clinical trial, even if it is an early feasibility study, it's no simple task. We need really well-trained teams. We need to train the physicians, the industry professionals, the hospitals. We have a number of agents and institutions involved in the process. So the earlier we start the process, the faster we can teach the whole chain. There are important things to be considered. For example, the medical societies that will write the guidelines and the payers. Because at some point in time, we need to present the feasibility of these products to the payers, a cost effectiveness analysis. So the faster and the more structured this work is done, I don't know if it's going to be easier necessarily, but that can certainly contribute to the work we're trying to do. Besides that, we have funding agencies and public policies, and there's some funding involved. If we start to present early data with consistency, with programs that are being recognized, that certainly makes it easier for us to fund the development of these projects. So a program like this has a much greater impact than just simply implanting devices on patients. The impact here is in the whole product development chain. And that allows us to expedite innovation, produce more knowledge, and of course, create an environment that allows us for initiatives like this to happen. There are a couple of other benefits coming from a program like this as well. One of them is the communication aspect. In programs like this, communication becomes more intense, and we create a trusting relationship between the regulatory authority and the industry. It's very important to have transparency when presenting data, when presenting results, and showing results from the implants right from the beginning, and perhaps having this culture of knowledge exchange and trust building for the works. One issue that perhaps we can discuss during the Q&A, I would love to hear from you guys, is your opinion on the support for local development. How do you see this as ANVISA, and how the members of the industry in the audience perceive the same issue, the support that is being provided and that you have identified in the local landscape? So, as take-home messages, I would like to say that an EFS mechanism is an instrument to foster innovation. It allows us to innovate in a fast but safe way, especially in an environment where we have an innovation policy. We have a guide to accelerate innovation in a safe way. And the examples that I gave today with the heart valves certainly illustrate that we do need new mechanisms for new products like these. I presented to you the valves because this is where I spend most of my time, but I am certain that other areas also face similar issues. New devices using new technology or the combination of technologies which work in the lab and work in preclinical validation, but at some point in time, we need to take a step further. And we're presenting this as a need of creating this safety network and the possibility of interacting with the regulatory authorities so studies like this become more frequent, more robust, so in the end we can meet our goals, which is treating patients in a safer way and if possibly earlier on. Thank you.
Well, excellent lecture, Guilherme. As member of ANVISA, I must say that, but last week on Wednesday, we had an event at ABIS, and there was the ABIS study, a diagnosis related to medical device in Brazil and in the Americas. And one of the data presented back there is inside the FDA, the number of people involved in medical devices was over 2,200. And inside ANVISA is over 100. Specifically in GGTPS, we are 46. And specifically with clinical research in medical device is only one person. In our internal conversations in the general management, if we had half the team FDA has, we would probably have this kind of program implemented for a while now. DFS program from US is from 2013, if I'm not wrong. So it's well established back there. Here in Brazil, we have our panel since January, February, BY panel from CP Pro. All the clinical trials since 2016 in Brazil, they are listed there. And from this panel, Age EUFS program looked for us, search us. They are trying to do a feasibility study for Europe. And they saw in our list 3 early feasibility studies. And they would like to understand our working process. And in fact, our working process is case by case. We have 3 of them duly justified, and the studies were accepted. It's interesting that the two studies from the same device, I don't know, after 3 attempts of implant of the device, there was a leakage, some design problems. The study was stopped. We were communicated. The personnel came back to the project. They redid part of the design of the device, created a prototype. They started with a 3rd early feasibility study. It was approved, and they were able to start the implantation. So the study has already an annual report. So it's made little by little here, but we have here in Brazil this these people from Asia, the project from Europe, they mentioned the importance of elaborating an European guide for increasing this kind of fostering this kind of study in Europe. 80% of early feasibility studies were held in the US because they had it in there, but in Europe it would be less than 20%, less than the 20% that is the rest. So we had this desire of doing something about it because there's no prohibition, but we are inserted in this innovation policy. Our pilot project was also born out the innovation policy. This is a way of being closer to the innovation developer, trying to seek solutions. When I talk about pilot project, I say we have already identified possible regulatory tools that can come out of these projects. And the need of dealing with this theme is one of them. It came from a project. So I think I talk too much, more than the lecturer here. But the question is, in your sector's view, which regulatory tools on instruments would be interesting? A Brazilian guide, a guidance, or different working process, discussing different flows. For example, we have annual reports of clinical research, sometime maybe periodical meeting, a different way for approving this kind of research. What do you think could be done to help the growth of this kind of study in Brazil? One of the things we could see is fast communication. We know about the limitations. We are following these things closely. And as I told, none of the use requests were denied. We see the agents is closer, understanding the needs, but maybe a guideline, a way, a path for establishing a quick communication. So the protocols modification, protocols reviews, or results sharing will make possible for the next steps to be executed quickly, or the necessity of reviewing, correcting, reassess, and then restarting again in a quick way. Not happening like some studies that sometimes take months to have the protocols approved in early phase of research. This is really damaging. Research of a product in early stage, and these interruptions take a long time in the project. It brings a lot of difficulties, both in team engagement or stakeholders, and the impact to the technology, economic development of these interruptions. So a mechanism that can speed this up will foster the sector. And we imagine that a regulated environment will make possible studies from abroad to be performed in here. And we will be a reference for these studies. We can see some studies starting in some countries. Sometimes we don't see any sense to leave Brazil to do the studies out of here. We have uh, well-equipped infrastructure. We have qualified teams able to run complex studies, but many times the fear or the idea that will take a while maybe will not allow the study to start here, and they will perform it as somewhere else. What my boss said here before about asking the help of associations to speed up these processes in the country. I'd like to know if you have any questions. There's one. First, I would like to congratulate you and thank Mariana for insisting on this theme. I saw you told us about some advantages on compassionate use, but which are the determinant factors? Mainly taking into account a company without many resources, can it when competing with a big company for the selection, compassionate use or early feasibility study? Which would be the strategical advantage in this sense? Financial, regulatory one, fast learning? With regards to compassionate use, we see the path that is the patients out of the regular indications of the study, and it will be a less restrained use. And there's also the use of obtaining a single case in an institution that maybe will not move forward with these cases. The ideal scenario would be starting with feasibility study. A small study, we imagine for this kind of device, it will start with 5 to 10 patients, 1 to 2 centers with a team for focusing the knowledge, being able to train these teams. These require an intense training of operators. And the advantage of early feasibility program is the collection of all the data with a regular structure. Not in like in a compassionate case where we execute and collect data, but we don't have the vigor of a clinical study. Data collection, data analysis, and generation of the reports, because internally in the industry, we use that in the same way to our development purposes. The compassionate use will generate the data we need to reveal the device. They will generate feedback, insights, patient assessment. We have this in compassionate program, but what supports the program we don't have. It's kind of is always a unique case disconnected from this framework. So, feasibility study where we can publish a series of cases, identifying protocols, presenting them, having control over the review of the protocols, and can follow everything up. This will generate more value to the company. The knowledge we can get out of the compassionate cases we imagine we could do 50 compassionate cases if they let us. We would do 50, but the way we get the data, the strictness for getting the data, the assessment is different, and the value generated, how much it's going to foster or make possible a discussion with funding sources. It will generate better discussion with medical societies, doctors, patients, because we have structured, controlled data passing through this supervision of an agency, acknowledged one like ANVISA. This is really important. It generates value. It's not only about knowledge, it generates value to the industry, making possible that the next steps will be made with more safety. And the compassionate use will be assessed inside the program by ANVISA, and it will be approved for devices that are already in validation phase. So they have to be inside a clinical study program. It has to be studied already. If not, it will be just a lot of isolated use, and there's a high risk for these people. If you use to our resolution of compassionate use, it says that the device has to be in its project validation phase. It needs to be in clinical research here in Brazil. Any other questions? Yes, I will let you make a question. Just adding on what Guilherme said, I would like to say we share on your anxiety of not being able to follow up all the projects requested. We are internally discussing with the coordination, Mariana, on maybe open for more projects, and even if it takes a while, maybe we'll accept the opening because we see as important the innovation and the development, encouraging the developers to research new products for the country. We know it takes a while. The coordination, when we say, is Mariana. Sometimes she cannot handle everything to be made in the speed necessary, but we are doing that. We have 7 being followed up, and we are waiting the new board to come because we know it's a country's policy innovation. So we can think about another action to be made so we can support the innovation in Brazil. This is the development part. With regards to products regulation, the register, we are internally discussing on the review of the administrative rule 511. Soon, the regulated sector, you receive a request for proposal asking on which would be the products waiting for analysis, which are innovative, really innovative ones. We're thinking about actions to be taken so we can encourage that, so we can have innovative products in the country. So we share this desire, but sometimes we are held back due to the operational capacity. This is something that is really important. The national industry is moving around to develop more technology in here. We struggle to integrate universities with the industry, the agency communication. This is a complex system, many institutions in it, but we've been following, and we're seeing that each time more we're doing innovation in here. And this problem will reach you each time more, because as long as we don't develop innovative technology in Brazil, there's no need of innovation program. But when you start to develop that, we'll give you a hard work, because everything we are developing, there's no similar to it. And we know it can be developed in here with local workforce, with the engineers and universities we have here. Why are we having a factory in Brazil developing avant-garde technology. What we are developing right now, we received the approval of these works, and they will be presenting the biggest cardiology congress in US. We'll present them in a Shark Tank. Brazilian technology is being developed, and there's no sense to think about having a factory here and doing the clinical study outside Brazil, abroad. This is maybe the environment that this is environment that needs connection with this end. So new initiatives like this one can come around. So, and these products are created here to the world. Another product, we had 40 compassionate cases now produced in São José do Rio Preto city, is exported to 70 countries. It's an impact that goes beyond this discussion. It's a big impact for the country, developing technologies, enabling people. The clinical study programs will be made in hospitals that will need training in that. The teams, the doctors, they need to collaborate, work in collaboration. Compassionate case that we had, the last one that was approved, maybe we could have had a TV show telling the whole preparation on the doctors in a room, telling we're doing something that we've never done before to treat this kind of patient. So everybody needs to be well trained. We need to identify all the scenarios. We need to visit the factories using the factory simulators, taking the simulators to the hospital, spend the whole weekend in the surgery room, checking where everyone will be in there. This is team training. All the nurses, doctors, everybody in the ICU engaged in these projects. And this makes us proud because this could be done in the main institution of cardiology of the world. It could be made in Clinton Clinic, but it's being done here in Brazil because there are people engaged in doing that. And we need the mechanisms to empower all of that. In the end of the day, we need that as a nation. We need to develop that. We are at the GGTPS. We are optimistic. With the new board, we are thinking about executing the innovation policy with all the ones engaged. This is important. I feel obligated to make this acknowledgement because we see your support. We know about your limitations, but we know there's a dialogue. And we are able to have discussions. Sometimes the conversations are not good, sometimes they are, but this is the way. We understand, we can identify that, and we work knowing we have this open communication channel. The times are different. We have our time, the agents has a different one, the patients a different one. These are different times. This is a work of being able to embrace all the different expectations and everybody moving forward together. A question online. Raquel is asking, studies with initiative from the researcher could be framed in Brazil as early feasibility studies?
I don't really see how one researcher at his own initiative could have access to a prototype if the design hasn't been finalized yet. I think early feasibility studies, and please correct me if I'm wrong, it belongs to the project developer. So I don't really see a possibility for one individual researcher to do that. I think you're right, because these devices are innovative. These are novel devices that have undergone quite an advanced development stage. The program comes into fruition in that transition moment. We have done everything that was possible on the bench, in simulators, in animal models. Now it's time to take a step further and collect clinical data so we can actually do a confirmation study. It's a step in between. Instead of being a big step forward with 500 or 600 patients, we are participating on a clinical trial with 700 patients. You need a lot of courage before you say we're going to do 700 patients and implant a heart valve in all of them. These studies, they are intermediate steps, but a research or a study coming from a single researcher or a device, using a device that is already available in the market, it doesn't seem to fit the concept of an EFS. Maybe if they are using an existing device for a new case or a new indication, that could be it. But again, the idea here is not to work in a sequential manner. It's to do something that eventually will lead to new preclinical studies. And I think the technology developer should be the one making this, considering the complexity, being close to the staff, training them with a great deal of control and great risk mitigation strategies. We have some few more minutes, and I would like to reinforce a message that was mentioned this morning. We are about to publish our clinical trial technical group. It's a consultative group that will be able to discuss topics like this. So, for example, what are the types of initiatives that you can send us? Suggestions on topics so we can have these discussions with experts in the field, trying to find a solution for what can be done inside the agency for that. Do we have any more questions from the audience? A question in the back. First of all, congratulations, Guilherme. Mariana, I have a question for your big team. My name is Luis Eduardo from Abimo. It's not really a question, more of a comment on the future. If we think in terms of strategy, we noticed that during the pandemic, this became more evident because we were held hostages. We didn't have masks here. We didn't have the more basic resources available. And if we create a connection with the evolution of regulatory affairs in the world with the assistance of AI, actually, in 10 years' time, maximum, we will see the registration phase that will include not only harmonization, but with the use of AI as well. I have one example, something that I have done myself. You use just any decent AI platform, and you look at the instructions for use from a medical device, and you could do a good prompt, and you ask AI to extract information from the instruction of use and use it to fill out the form. This is the trend. What will differentiate countries are the activities that are performed before the registration and after the registration. Pre-registration is clinical trial, that's a classic. And the pandemic showed us that clinical trials, innovation, are not only a matter that's connected to ANVISA or the Ministry of Health. It should be a state policy. If we don't have a durable state policy, we have an example here in Brazil. We have NBRP, we have the ICTs helping us innovate everywhere. But we need the whole chain, including the buyers. And the big global buyer is here in Brazil, our public healthcare system. So this greater environment needs to be connected. And Sergio, where are you? I have a second request, because at some times we see that we're preaching to the vicar. I agree with everything that you said, and I'll sign whatever you have to, if you put that on a paper. But it's great. You convince me, I convince you, and we leave the room and nothing happens. And then ANVISA has to do all the work. And ANVISA will take all the blame as well, which is not fair. So we need to make a request like this. We need a state policy. We need a Brazil-wide policy with a focus on healthcare innovation. And I'm not only talking about medical devices. This is true national sovereignty here. I have been an activist in this field for 40 years. I've given many lectures in universities and startups, and I've seen it many times. A startup sell their projects internationally, and then we import the product that they developed here. So we have the skills, we have the possibility, and we can do that. During the coffee break, we were talking about that. Tomorrow, there will be a conversation. Patricia will be talking to a major national manufacturer that is generating a lot of innovation. And they're actually a benchmark for many international industries. But what we need now, and this is my personal opinion, which could help you grow your staff, is perhaps convincing the country that without innovation, it's useless to bring products from China. And speaking of China, the genie is out of the bottle, is not coming back in. If you have been to China, we have a syringe plant there, and they use a single mold to manufacture one type of syringe. They have 10 injectors for producing 10 different models of syringe 24/7. How can you compete against that? The level of productivity there is millions per hour. So it's time for us to step back and think, and not just point fingers and say, Karen, you need to figure this out. Mariana, come on. You have a huge team. Just put 3 mirrors in your room that your team grows instantaneously. In 1 year time, we're going to have another event, and we're going to be here again repeating ourselves. So Sergio, just to conclude my comment, we need to make this request. We need to bring along the Ministry of Health and the Brazilian Congress. Again, I would like to remind you that there is a public consultation for clinical trials and a new legislation that will revolutionize the scenario in Brazil, increasing the demand for clinical trials, especially in healthcare and medical devices more precisely. So again, it is interesting for us to notice and realize that these changes are necessary. Otherwise, in 1 year time, we're going to be here again. We're going to watch you present on wonderful new technologies, but nothing will have happened. I think it's time to join efforts. The developers of technology, ANVISA, that regulates us, our buyers, so we can raise the bar. Because again, when I worked at ANVISA, we faced a big issue with orthopedic implants here in Brazil. We had a serious problem back then. I was head of technical surveillance, and all the problems came to me. And Sergio, I don't know if you remember this. I don't think ABRAIDI existed back then. And we did just that. It's time to raise the bar, bring the regulations, and start talking to new stakeholders so we can improve the quality of national products. And today, there's no doubt that the quality standards here are state of the art. So we have this example. It has happened before, and the matter of innovation can follow down that same path. So it's time to think about this and start talking about a bar that is a completely new level. I apologize for my long comment, but I just wanted to keep that on the record. Mary, any additional questions, or Guilherme? Do you want to vent? I could ask questions for hours. I could be here talking about clinical research until late hours of the night. But unfortunately, we are out of time. So thank you so much for the opportunity of being here, for discussing this topic. Thank you for the excellent presentation from Dr. Guilherme. And I think we can close the session today. Thank you. As they do it in call centers, we are closing the session. So Mariana, Guilherme, and including the comment of Luis Eduardo, in the end, out of everything that Luis just said, and by the way, I fully agree with everything you said, what we might need is creating trust, and we need to have all the different stakeholders together with a strong communication process between different individuals and institutions inside a biome where things happen. We don't need to approach another ministry. We don't need to go to a different city like the Campinas. I mean, these initiatives, they need to be growing in an environment with an easy communication. And I'll say that again. We need the right level of trust for that to happen. And we also need investments. We need Brazilians invested in Brazil. They need to believe and trust us. I often wonder that it's very common if we look back in history. It's very common to look back to history to learn things. So we learn medicine, for example, by doing autopsies, by looking at things that went wrong. We do an autopsy and say, oh, there was a surgical mistake here. So we can grow and learn from the past, from mistakes made in the past. And maybe it was not a mistake. Maybe they were trying to do one thing and they discover something completely different. In history, you have many examples of that. This is true in the pharmaceutical industry and in other areas as well. Research on hypertensive medication led to the development of a drug to grow hair, which doesn't have a big impact on public health, but nevertheless, I am not going bald yet. But I think this is the way. And I was wondering, I was thinking about Mariana, and I remember what Oscar Wilde wrote. He was a playwright. He was a very romantic and passionate guy. Maybe Mariana needs to turn into two. She might need a clone to help her team grow. So let's try to avoid having Mariana go insane. I always say that the meetings often happen between myself and my multiple personalities. Again, I was quoting Oscar Wilde or mentioning Oscar Wilde. And there's a quote from him that says that progress is when utopia becomes a reality. So that's what we need to do. We need to bring utopia into reality. With that, I would like to close today's session. I will not try to summarize the discussion because we definitely covered a lot. I hope you have enjoyed the day together and see you all tomorrow morning. And I hope tomorrow will be just as excited for all of us. Thank you so much.